What do you mean bold? I'm not bold. Good morning. I'm not bold, you're bold. Ah, you're probably not. You're much younger than me. But I'm not bold and I'm not planning to be, okay? Good morning. Not that I have anything against bold people. We don't discriminate here. Hashtag bold lives matter as well. Hey, welcome on in, Ninja. Hello, hello, hello. Like, my hairline is receding a little bit, but it's not that bad, is it? I'm not Fluxum Melon Lord. Melon Lord? Like, you're killing melons? What do you mean? What are you doing to those melons, man? Melons are good. Especially in the summer. Very, very nice. Very nice to eat. Maybe gameplay incoming. Yeah, we'll see. Good morning. Good morning, Mrs. Lendy. If you know, you know. I like melons. It's a nice fruit. Really nice fruit. Tasty. Especially when it comes from the fridge. Very cool. Maybe the second best after watermelon. What about lemon? Not lemon, melon. So what kind of melon? Like the green one, like the normal one. Not watermelon, the actual melon. You know, the small, heavy one. That is very sweet, but very tasty. If you get it, you know, when it's ripe, when it's ripened. It's really good. It's really good. He does not like lemon? No, I like lemon, but we're talking about melon. We're not talking about lemons. I love lemons. When I was a kid, I was drinking lemons. I had the lemons that I was squeezing them. And my grandma even had to lie to me that if I keep drinking so much lemon, like, my blood would dilate. In order to make me stop drinking lemon. Watermelon, wintermelon. Not wintermelon, watermelon, and melon. There are multiple types of melons, not just two. I'm talking about the green melons that we call melons. Like, I don't know what other something melons, something melons, something melons. Just melons. Good morning! Melons! They're round, green ones that are very tasty. They can also be a little bit green. Sorry, a little bit yellowish, kind of. But mostly green. And the more they go towards yellow, the sweeter they are. This is nice. I love them. I love them. I like melons morning. Who doesn't like melons? I didn't like melons when I was a kid, but I didn't try them out enough. In a cantaloupe, honeydew, watermelon. None of these says melons though. I say melon. So let's say if I Google melon, what am I gonna get? Give me a second. Because maybe you guys have a point. Maybe I live in a world where when you say melon, it's the thing that I think, but maybe it's not. So, melon. I love melon pans, by the way. In Japan, one of my favorite things to eat. So, melon. So when I Google melon, this is what I get. Those are probably the other types of melon that you're saying. The melon that I'm referring to is this one. This is the melon that we have over here. Let's see. This one. This one. This is the melon that we have over here in Greece, okay? So when I'm talking about melon, this is the one that I mean. I didn't know that there were other types of melon than watermelon and this melon. Maybe there are. Show us the photo. This is the photo. So I don't know if this is another one of those that you guys are saying, like the honeydew or the cantaloupe or whatever it's called. I've never heard of those. I like big melons. I'm not... Oh, if you're talking about that, I'm not a melon type of guy. Muskmelon? Are we just making up names at this point? What? Try searching muskmelon? Do we just call everything a melon nowadays? No, that's not the same. Well, this is the muskmelon? No. Is it this? The cucumismello? No, this is the one. Not this. This. Like, we only have... This looks like a devil fruit. Like from One Piece. Look at that. Wow. This legitimately looks like a devil fruit. This is perfect. Look at this. I don't know. Maybe it's AI generated. It is way too perfect. It is way too... Not perfect, like pristine to be real. This looks like a devil fruit. There's no way this is real. It looks like a cantaloupe. Okay, wait. Yeah, so peponi just translates to melon. So, yeah. Like this is the same one. This is just a little bit more ripened, I think. Not this one, this is too yellow. I'm talking about this. This is the melon that we're eating over here. This thing. This is what we have over here in Greece. I hate melon, watermelon I like melon and watermelon too. Very different flavor profiles. Very tasty, great in the summer for different reasons. There's a lot of type of melons. I only know two. The watermelon and this melon, which I call melon. Peponi in Greek. This is a funny name now that I think about it. Peponi. Sounds funny, right? Why does it sound like that? I don't know. The thing is that we only have this. This is what we grow here sometimes. So this is the only type of like melon we have. So we call it melon because this is the only melon we have besides the watermelon, which we call watermelon. Well, I guess we have our own names for those. Carpusi is watermelon, peponi is melon. Sure, we need to wait for Eves before we move on to durian? What? I don't even eat... I've never had durian in my life. I don't even know if it counts as a melon. Cantaloupes do look like that though. Yeah, but are they that? It's not about what it is, what it looks like, it's about what it is. This is a melon. This is what I call a melon. And I just now realized that melons look like devil fruits from One Piece. I don't count durian as a melon. Are we gonna figure out... Okay, is it a case of the... what a melon is identified as, is identifying as? Like, this melon identifies as a watermelon, this melon identifies as a quanterloop or whatever you said, this one identifies as this and that, like the other one is called a boob or something. And what is going on with melons? This is a melon. When I say melon, this is what I need you to have in mind. Okay? I haven't tried any of the other ones, except from the watermelon. I know that this is a little bit different, but we still just call this melon. It's just a different type of melon. But it is different, but it is the same family. Just a different color. Okay? We don't do melon discrimination here. We don't discriminate melons. The green melon that I eat is called honeydew melon. Okay, the one that I eat is melon. Just melon. So when I say melon, I primarily mean this, okay? This one, this boy. And it's lovely. It's really good. I think I've had this one too. This one is sweeter. I like this one too, but this is a little bit more refreshing, the taste. But anyway, should we play the game? Should we play a little bit? Maybe a little bit, maybe like 10 minutes or so. A quantum loop of melons, mayhaps. Durian is round with spikes and you need a cleaver to open it. Yeah, it sounds like a fruit from Elden Ring. I don't want that. Don't do that here. Wait. Let's play the good game a little bit. Just a little bit. Well, I will get lost and we will eventually talk about other things. Well, I did want to talk about a specific thing. The quantum loop of cantaloupes. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, that was a good one. That was a good pun. Wait. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. There you go. Good one. Okay, so I need to figure out where I am and where I need to go. Yeah, that's not gonna be easy. Not gonna be barely an inconvenience, but we're gonna figure it out eventually. Yeah, I did want to talk about something because I keep seeing a lot of people crying over other people losing their jobs in the video game industry, which again, it's always a sad thing when someone loses their job. But maybe a job being lost means, and so many jobs being lost at the same time, means that this should have never happened in the first place, and the model is completely unsustainable. At least when we're saying that Microsoft is cutting off a lot of studios, they're doing, and again, I'm not a Microsoft apologist, I don't care what companies do, what I care is that they make good games, okay? What they're doing right now, to me, looks good. The fact that, well, good as this can get. They're not just keeping the IPs and killing the studios, they are giving the rights of the IPs back to the studios and, you know, giving them their independence back, which I feel like is the best way to go about doing things like that. Now, are people gonna lose their jobs? Yes. Microsoft had 15 layers of management. That means that if I am a developer of the game, I have to go through, if I am at the low end, let's say that I am a graphic designer, right? I'm at level 15. In order for my feedback to reach the boss, it means it has to go through 14 people that have nothing to do with video games for the most part. Maybe 5 of them have. The other 10 are useless. What are you talking about? Oh. Off the bun run, I'll be back with coffee and some huge melons. Okay, we'll be here waiting for you, Noel. I devour other people suffering for breakfast and empowers me. Kind of me too. Like when I see people crying over, first of all, things that are not happening. Well, this is happening though. This is not about that, but B, things that were inevitable and are actually indeed a correction to the mistakes that happened that Microsoft was doing. I don't know. Still only 19 deaths neat? Yeah, because we yapped a lot yesterday. The reason why I have 19 deaths server is because we were talking a lot about a lot of things yesterday, and I do not play the game a lot. Not because I'm good at the game. Don't worry about it. I still don't know where exactly to go. Wait. Nope, leave me alone. Oh, this was a mini-boss that I one-shotted. I one-shot this mini-boss, and then I don't know where to go, but... How did I miss this yesterday? How was I missing this yesterday? I remember yesterday I arrived here and I didn't know where to go. Am I blind? I joined just for some rant. What are the odds? Nah, well, the odds are very real. They're very big. Considering we played like 10 minutes in total, it's quite a lot. It's true. It's true. Yeah, but again, I don't like the fact that a lot of people... they're trying to earn like weird like social media points. Oh no, my thoughts and prayers are with you. Like, it's not a fucking war, man. It's not a war. It's a job, and the job gets lost when, you know, mismanagement happens. And mismanagement has been happening from Xbox for at least 10 to 15 years. The same with Sony. With the way they're restructuring their studios, they might actually produce some good content now, some good games. It's not good that, you know, people are losing their jobs, but they're not losing their lives, they're losing their jobs. They can get jobs somewhere else. That's what happens. Like, it's not your right to work. It's the company's need and your need. And your needs converge, and that creates the job opportunity. If one of the parties doesn't have the need anymore, then, you know, that convergence breaks. That's how it works. Hello, crap, you're right. I remember the area from yesterday, the barrels and stuff. Wow, yeah. I know. They get the fuck around and fly down treatment. Who cares? Someone kept bringing up something new, presumably better. Wait, something dying brings about something new, possibly better. I don't know about better. We'll see. That we will have to see about that. But chances are it will be better because there's less management. And it's gonna be easier to get feedback from the bottom to the top. Like what she said was that Asha Sharma, she said that there were 15 levels of middle management between the bottom and the top. Like 14 between the bottom and the top. That makes it 15 levels of management. She's reducing that down to, and they are reducing that, like everybody in Xbox, not only her, down to 5, if possible 3. That means that the people that are losing their jobs, hopefully, are most likely middle management people that didn't even need to be there in the first place in game development studios. Just saying. Just saying. What a heatwave, Nier Automata. Wait, what does the heatwave have anything to do with Nier Automata? Welcome on in, Future Trunks. This is not Nier Automata. This is a game that its visuals, its background, its aesthetic does indeed have Nier Automata inspirations, 100%. Welcome on in, sir. Let's pray for the salvation of PlayStation executives' souls. In Microsoft, the executives are not losing their job. Middle management is, but I don't care. I don't know why people are so maybe it's my feed only on Twitter, but I see people crying like, oh, my prayers for the people that lost their job in Xbox. My prayers to you. Hope you find another job. They're not dying, man. What is with these people? They're not dying. They lost their job. They're gonna find another job. Probably in another industry, because if they were middle management, they're not needed in the video games industry. At least they are downsizing and probably creating an environment where creativity might actually thrive. Again, maybe. We'll see, but maybe. It's promising. On paper, what they're doing is very promising. And the independent studios that they're making out of this, the fact that they're giving them back their IP, they're not just letting them go and shutting everything down. They're letting the independent studios go and they're giving them back their IPs. That is really good, because we might actually get to see some video games that are really good from that independent studio. Better than what they would have made being under Microsoft and 15 levels of management. 15 layers of management, sorry. People really don't like thinking today, do they? Who have sinned greatly against gaming. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people defend Sony. Dude, I am mad. I am. I've seen the really great criticism of Microsoft is going digital, Nintendo is also kind of going digital, so my multi-million-dollar company, my billion-dollar company executives need to retain all of their money and make even more money, and, you know, Nintendo and Sony needs to follow suit. Like, everybody else doesn't respect my rights. Why should Sony respect my rights as a consumer? I want my company's, you know, the company that I support, I want their executives to get bigger boats. And to do that by relinquishing my rights as a consumer. That is their argument. Imagine that. Imagine that, dude. Ugh, driving me insane. Anyway, Kalispera here in chat. I got my glasses last night. Nice. I never knew that I was that blind. I can see Morgoth's 2020 side now. You know what? It's incredible. If you don't wear glasses for a long time and they give you glasses and then you put them on, the world is a different place. I can see colors now. I can actually see the texture of that tree. I can kind of see like the you know, in the net, the gaps in the net. Like, you have no idea how much better I can see with my glasses on. But I don't want my eyes to get lazy, so I don't wear them a lot. I wear them when I need to, like from far sight. But when I don't use my far sight, I don't really need to wear them. 1 second. I mean, to be honest, it's also my goal to be in a company and do nothing for the amount of the least amount of work possible and get paid as well. Yeah, but when you're let go for not doing anything productive for the company, I don't know why people would cry about it. I wouldn't. I would be like, oh man, I'm sorry, that sucks. You'll probably find work somewhere else. You'll figure it out. I'm not gonna blame the company for letting go someone that doesn't make anything productive for them, or that, you know, someone who they're paying to... And if you're doing it for one, they're doing it for a lot of people. So a lot of people that they're paying to basically do nothing, just exist. It's not your right to get income. You need to fight for your income. You need to go in and try to provide the best for the company, and on the other end, the company needs to do the best for you in order to attract you as a worker, as a skilled worker. That's how it works. But I would perfectly be fine if they kick me out. Yeah, because that's how it works. That's how private companies work. They kick people out, they bring other people in, or maybe they kick a lot of people out if they horribly mismanaged, like Xbox, and they kept like throwing money on people without getting anything back for the longest time. That is the exact definition of a Greek person in the dictionary. Yes, it is, Mike. It is very true. It is so true that anybody that's building a house knows exactly what that means. Exactly what that means. Anybody that has ever come close to building a house in Greece knows exactly what that means. Alternative stream title, passionate Greek yells about the game industry. I care a limit. Yeah, I've reached my limit with the bullshit that I see every day, man. Hello, Wibs. When I got my glasses like 4 years ago, I was like, God damn, I was blind. I am the exact same thing. Like, every time I put them on, I've had these glasses since high school. It's been like 12 years now, or like maybe 13. Every time I put them on, this is a different world. I can see everything in HD. It's like I'm seeing life in 780p, and then I turn on 180p HD, and then everything is better. The details, look at that, wow. It is kind of surreal sometimes, but I still don't want my eyes to get lazy, so I don't use them a lot. Oh no! An Android! No! This is from Trails from Zero. This was from the Trails from Zero special edition, which I bought in Japan. It comes in a box with the game and everything. Really cute. There's another one over there, if you can see it. Ah, probably you cannot. It's... No! Nah, it's not visible. It's not visible. Yeah, I watched the ocean for like 10 minutes this morning as the sun rose. It was very nice, isn't it? Especially with glasses, when you can see everything in HD, is wonderful. My left eye is minus 0.50 and my right minus 1. Okay, you're not that blind. I'm more blind. My left eye is minus 0.8. My right eye is minus 1.5, I think. Something like that. So kind of double yours a little bit. Long time no see. Bloodborne, is it any good, Kira? Well, not Bloodborne. We're talking about AI limit. It's not Bloodborne. But it is very Bloodborne inspired. And we can see the Bloodborne inspirations everywhere. And yes, it is pretty good so far. It is really good so far, Christian. And again, welcome on in. Long time no see. Hope you've been doing well, my guy. What have you been doing? What games have you been playing? I'm legally blind in my left eye because of astigmatism and oh, astigmatism is so bad, man. It's annoying. Astigmatism for those who don't know, astigmatism is basically both. Like both far sight and short sight. Like both of those get fucked by astigmatism. It's really annoying. I have to get it fixed. That sucks, man. The problem with like that eyesight, essentially, is that in a lot of countries, there is no medical coverage for that. Well, sometimes there is, but only for very, very serious things. And I don't believe that in Greece even astigmatism passes as like something that is very serious that can be fixed. So even here, I don't believe you will be able to do it through public coverage, sadly. Damn, two different numbers. What two different numbers? Two different numbers for what? I don't get that. I thought I'd have a type of tism, like astigmatism. Yeah, and turns out it's astigmatism. Oh, so you have both problems with farsight and shortsight? Because I think astigmatism is both, right? I have glasses, but only wear them while driving. The exact same thing. Because I have problem with my farsight, not with my shortsight. So when I drive, especially at night, I definitely need to put the glasses on. Definitely at night. I'd rather not see the flaws in people. Do you see the hearts of the people? Is that what you see, Mike? No, that's not normal. Everybody else sees just people's skin. How do you see that? Hero is far more blind than us. Well, explains how he keeps getting lost in games. That has nothing to do with me not having good eyesight. I don't wear glasses much, only in school, because I have a Jeffrey Dahmer style glasses. Well, who's Jeffrey Dahmer? I don't know, man. I don't know names. People tell me I look like him, which is disturbing. Why? Who is he? Jeffrey Dahmer. Honestly, a lot of running around, playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is pretty good. I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. I've been ranting for Final Fantasy VII Remakes for like 3 streams now, I think. I'm not gonna make it 4. But I'm glad you're enjoying. I'm glad you're having fun with it. Hopefully, after you finish it, you're gonna go back and play the original and figure out why we have been bitching about the remake. 1 second. What did you say? Jeffrey Dahmer. Who is that? Jeffrey... I do Jeffrey and the first... What's the first name? Don't write it in chat, because maybe YouTube will ban you or something. The Island Man is the first Jeffrey that I get when I write Jeffrey. That's like, according to Google, that is the most important Jeffrey that you need to see every time you Google. And then the second one is Jeffrey Dahmer. Oh, a serial killer. That name is not doing well. I see. Yeah, Jeffrey is not a good name. Wow. Wow. Kira doesn't know chat? Well, now I do. Yeah, both Jeffreys in the US, both Jeffreys bad people. Very, very bad people. Okay, let's, yeah, that's very disturbing. I see the glasses, though. I can see the glasses. I don't think you look like him, though. Like, if your face is the face that you've sent sometimes, when you send some Instagram reels, like, I see a face of someone. So if that's Instagram telling me this is who sent you the reel, that is who you are. You don't look like the serial killer. No. No. Like one of those, the most famous serial killers. Yeah. Sorry. I didn't know. I wore them for 3 straight hours once, and I kept thinking to myself, my wife's nose looked way cuter when we got married. Oh no, don't say that. Don't say that to your wife. Immediately took them off and stayed off. Yep. Happy wife, happy life. And if you're happier with your glasses off, I think that you should keep them off. Who was that guy that walked behind you? Fuck off. It's not nighttime. This would be scary if this was nighttime. I would legitimately be scared if we were playing like a horror game. Or maybe something like Hollow Knight, which has like horror elements, but it's a little bit more quiet and stuff like that. And you told me that in chat. Like, I would legitimately be pissing myself. Like, no joke. I would. You would see me do that live. Okay, let's play the game a little bit. But yeah, do not cry over the lost jobs. The people that are worth it, they're gonna find more. They're gonna find a better job, a different job. A job that they can put their heart and soul into. And the people that were not worth it, the middle management people that should not be in the game industry anyway, they will just go to another industry, and the industry, the video game industry, is gonna be better off without them. And don't worry about the studios as well, because it seems like the studios are actually getting their IPs back, and they're getting some support as well. So that's good. I think that's good. I think that this is the best possible way to do layoffs. Like, it is actually something that makes me trust in what Sharma has been doing more than any other like big head executive right now in any of those big studios. What if I told you that I was Jeffrey? Hopefully you're not a serial killer or an island man. Do you like islands? Hopefully not. Although we have great islands here in Greece that have nothing to do with Island Man, okay? Just FYI, we're not giving the Island Man word or the word island. We're not having it colonized by American bad people. We have a lot of islands here, and they're pretty good. Nothing to do with the man. But if you're a Jeffrey, then I hope you're not the serial killer. Yeah, Kira, don't start thinking about Southeast Asia blood-sucking zombie baby cryptids. Why would I ever think about that? I don't want to do that. Blood-sucking? Is that like... Are you talking about mosquitoes, essentially? Like mosquitoes with extra steps? Is that what it is? I've never seen them and I don't want to see them. No. Don't even put that in my head. Why are you doing that? I don't want that. You misread my message, but it's fine. Okay, let me read it again. What if I told you that it was... Oh, it was. I didn't see the T. I don't know why. Maybe I haven't drunk enough coffee yet. Jeffrey. Okay, so you're not a serial killer, is what you're saying. That's good. That's good. 1 second. Am I supposed to go this way? So who was Jeffrey? Anyway, shh. I need to stop. I will never get past this area if I don't stop talking. Although, I don't want to stop talking. Okay, we need to beat this. We need to win this. Let's win. Come on. Okay. Yeah, you're yelling. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, it's dead. I remember this gave me a rough time yesterday. I must have been very tired. No, it's an actual cryptid we have here. Babies who don't have proper burials are believed to raise like zombies and feed off blood. I don't believe in that. I don't care. If you cannot show me a picture of them, I don't believe in them. Okay? Kalispera File? No, it's Fili because it's EB. Oh, in Greek, the E letter, that is E. The E sound. Just E. And the E is like I or something like that. So, yeah, that would be read as File in Greek. Into Greeklish, I guess. But yeah, you meant Fili. Sorry. On the other hand, Robert Downey Jr. Noodles. Noodles? Oh, wait. On the other hand, Robert Downey Jr., comma, Noodles, and every female with great bone structure look absolutely amazing with glasses. Oh, the guitarist of Offspring. Oh, I don't know his name, sorry. I don't know the names of almost anybody. I'm really bad with names. Yeah, so maybe just take off the glasses sometimes, okay? Maybe not keep them on all the time. It's not good for you, okay? It's not good for you. Trust. I told you, like, your eye's gonna get lazy. You don't want that. You don't want that. I must say, if I wear glasses, I kind of look like him, like 30%. 30% is okay. Nobody will think of him if it's 30%, okay? That's okay. Maybe get a new pair of glasses. How about that? That is also a possibility, right? Maybe all you need is a new pair of glasses. What is this? Huh. Pick it up. Is this a friend? He's cooking meth. Hello, Mr. White. Oh, he's not an enemy. He's unkillable. Mr. Walter White is here cooking. I got an iron pot. Don't really know what that does. Shortcut. Where does this lead? I like the glasses style though. If you like it, then own it. Then rock it. Oh, this is new? No, this is the old one. Wait, can I level up? What was that? Did you guys hear that? Something fell down. That was kind of scary. What fell down? What happened? That was weird. Now I'm kind of scared. Like the moment that I pressed that, like an explosion happened or an earthquake or something. Was that road there? Was it broken? Weird. Weird things are happening. But yeah, guys, it's fine, okay? Like Xbox is gonna survive and the people that lost their jobs are gonna survive, and the studios that are now independent are probably better off independent than being with Microsoft and below 15 layers of management. How did you expect them to make a good game with that? Like, it is insane. Can I shoot these things? Okay. I'm allowed to use magic for this, right? I don't think it's a big deal. Oh, it's locked. Okay. Whoopsie. There's another one of those boys. Okay, I will try to backstab it, okay? Hello, can you turn the other side, please? Turn the other cheek. Please, please, please. Turn around. Turn around. I'm not here. Oh my god. I want to backstab you first. I want some free damage. Come on. Okay, we're waiting, okay? We're gonna be methodical here. Sir? Can you please turn around? On other news, do you guys know... I almost said his name wrong. Do you guys know Giguk? So he's been streaming Hollow Knight for the first time. And I realized how much I miss Metroidvania games, and specifically how much I miss Hollow Knight when I watched him play that. Holy, the atmosphere of Hollow Knight is so unique, man. I don't know if I'm gonna get back to it now. No, it's fine. But it did make me realize that I miss it. And you should watch him, he's very fun. Like, you know you like a game if you like watching people play the game. Like, unironically. The door has a weapon, used all the way though. Not saying now how to open it though. Well, it said that you cannot open it from this side. It says that you need to open it from the other side. So... I will do my best. Okay, backstab. And then I run away from here. Yeah. Come on, come here. Here, boy. There we go. And you're gone. Okay, these enemies are pretty tough. Very difficult to predict where they're going and what they're doing. Doesn't matter, major game companies in the US are circling the drain with their business decisions. Fucking Ubisoft is charging 70. Well, Ubisoft is technically French, but yeah. Basically American, but technically, actually, Ubisoft is French, sir. Ubisoft is charging 60 to 70 for a remake of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. That's basically the same as the OG. The thing about oh no, they're charging more than 70 or 60 because there are a lot of microtransactions in that. I've seen so many people defend the fact that that game has microtransactions in it, which is insane for me. Wait, how do we shoot again? I forgot how we shoot. They have in-game microtransactions that you can get from the shop in the game, in a single-player game. That is disgusting. And people say, oh, but why are you crying about them not doing it? It's cosmetics anyway, it doesn't matter. It matters because it's in the game. It's not in the shop. It's an in-game advertisement. It is an in-game ad. It very much matters. Microtransactions and no DLC included. They just took content out of the game and are charging you for it. And you're defending them. Not you, you know what I mean, the idiots online. Microtransactions in a single player game should be illegal. They should, yeah. They're just taking content out of the game and selling it as something extra. And they have the audacity to put that in the game. To put that buy screen in the game. If it's a single player game, I don't want that shit in my game. It is a completely single player game. It's not like it's a game like, I don't know, let's say Monster Hunter, right? That is primarily made to be played co-op. Why am I here? Why do I bother with this bullshit with the fucking, like, with the flies? Why do I bother? Why am I here? Just to suffer? I just lost one level because I forgot to press A. I am precious. Yeah, I am incredibly bad. Anyway, incredibly dumb. This is not where I should be. There's another teleport that is better. I remember that now. Wait, I'm here. Where's the shortcut? Oh, there it is. Meanwhile, I found KCD 1 and 2 with all post-game content included and with 40 euros in total. That's the thing. The problem is not that they have, like, let's say cosmetics. It's that they promote it in the game, and they're basically, it is content that they made. They took it out of the game and they're charging you for it. Again, if it was like a multiplayer game, like primarily a multiplayer game, and the DLC and the things that they were promoting in the game have to do with those multiplayer aspects, well, that is also scummy, actually. Like, I guess, nah, that's also scummy. I don't like that either. But at least it's a multiplayer online game. It's not a single player game. In single player games, it should be legal. In multiplayer games, it should be managed. Because I don't like it in multiplayer games either, now that I think about it. Uncle is completely lost. No, I'm not. I know what I'm doing. That is exactly why you're here, to suffer for others' entertainment. True. That is not wrong, wait. He does not even know what is going on. He's just going forward and pressing R1. Well, that is my gameplay, usually, right? Isn't that what you know me to do? Why can you not lock on? Lock on, please. Get out of my face. Yeah, that's right. I'm not gonna bother with that guy. Wait, did I get that item? I did get that item, right? Yeah, I did. I don't care, though. I don't care then. Good old Souls-like experience? Yeah. Yay. So there is an item there. 2 items there. Are these bugs worth it? Probably not. Yeah, of course. The bugs are not... Yeah. Oh! Disgusting. Where did this guy come from? This is Dark Souls 2 levels of gank. What is this? Is that why you like the game, Slendy? This was definitely from Dark Souls 2. What was that? Leave me alone. Thank you. Dude, all of them can yell? What are these bugs? At least they cannot shoot lasers. The small ones, that is. Okay. Pick it up. Yeah, not worth it. What is this? The fetus. Okay, not worth it. None of those were worth it. Of course it was. Of course they were not worth it. In 2036, you'll be buying the DLC in store with content for $60, and the main game will be optional for a mere $70 more. Nah, in 2036, you will be renting the game for a bit to play it, and at some point there will be a license agreement change, and you know, you will get a notice from PlayStation. The content that you're trying to access is no longer available in your region. We're sorry. PlayStation, play has no limits. Enjoy the future. I'm sure it's gonna be wonderful. Keep defending Sony and their fucking horrible business decisions and that are extremely anti-consumer. Sorry for ranting. I am in Clint Eastwood's get off my lawn phase at the moment. Oh, I am too. Don't worry. No, I live there. I live in that phase. I've been living in that phase since I saw what happened with Sony. And unfortunately, I logged onto Twitter today, like in the morning, and I saw so many stupid people. Do you want me to rant about the Odyssey too? Because a lot of people say that everybody who criticizes the fact that the Odyssey is essentially like basically a diversity. Well, it's American Nioh propaganda. That is what the Odyssey is. Everybody that says that for some reason is either a transphobe and racist, both, and apparently doesn't know what he's talking about. Apparently, the Odyssey is not Greek culture or cultural heritage. It is the world's history. It's funny how that works only for white people's heritage. Because it's funny how that works in colors. It's weird, right? Do that in any other, what do you call it? Skin-colored culture. Any other. And you will get, like, probably, I don't know, sentenced to death. But you do that with Greek culture, because Greek people apparently... we don't have a different color than the other people, so we don't get to have our own culture. We don't get to have our own cultural heritage. It's not even called colonization. Like, you don't colonize it, you just have it and you do whatever you want with it because we're of the same skin color. Skin color doesn't mean shit. Let the people have their own cultural heritage and respect it. Stop pissing in Homer's grave to get a fucking Oscar. In order to tick diversity boxes to get an Oscar. In 2036, Sony buys you. Oh, Sony is buying you anyway. You're already bought if you're doing digital games from Sony. I told my non-gamer dad about Sony stopping disc production, and he thought that was a bad choice. My dad loves to collect the music albums And he has a whole wall collection dating back to the 80s. That is wonderful. And you know what? When I will be able to, I will start collecting vinyls. I'll get a pickup and I will start collecting vinyls. And in my gaming room, I will have a pickup and a vinyl, and I will listen to music from my pickup and my vinyls, and it's gonna be wonderful. It's gonna be the best time ever. I have a lot of dreams for my future game room, but that is like about 10 years away, probably. And it was 10 years away when I was 20 and I had the same dreams. Now I'm 30 and I say it's 10 years away still. I will be 80 years old and I will be like, it is only 10 years away. What? So I am trans racist now? Yeah, we combined the words. Yes, all of that. You're all of that. And now there is a man with taste. Yeah, that is good taste. I have not even seen the movie yet. I will not see the movie. Don't go and support that piece of trash. Which, ironically, our government supported, but that's a different conversation. No, it's the same conversation. I hope they just take their money back somehow and put it into something better. We, I believe, sent about 1 million or 10 million to fund that piece of garbage. But I have seen the memes about it. It's bad. It's a bad sign. No. It's worse than the memes. It is worse than you think. It's not even an adaptation of Homer's The Odyssey. It's an adaptation of a feminist, fourth wave feminist, translating and readapting the Odyssey to fit modern audiences. That is what they're adapting. His proudest collection in various thick discs with special editions of the Beatles. Oh man, that must cost millions now. They come with booklets. Yeah, it's a long time ago. Yeah, though I was not part of that whole like generation of music, like the vinyl one. I was when I was a kid, like I was born in 1994. They were sunsetting them slowly. So I did not really get to experience them, but I feel nostalgic for that era. Because, I don't know. It's maybe the romanticism of having like the physical disc on top of the pickup, having it play, and listen to the sound straight out of it. I don't know. There's like a sense of purity that I think might have been lost in the disc transition. But at least you owned your music then. Now you don't own your music. And the same thing is gonna happen to the games. My wall will be filled with imaginary digital versions of the awesome games that I've played. Yes! Imagine how it would be to have some games on this shelf. Imagine. You'll be 80 years old and you'll still be saying I'm looking forward to GTA 6. I'm not looking forward to GTA 6 though. I'm 30 and I say that. When I was 20, I was still saying that. So I will probably be 80 years old and I will be saying I am not looking forward to GTA 7. And I will be one of the few people probably. Oh yes, Hannibal Lecter's Memory Palace. I don't know that. What? Is that where we're going? Yeah, leave Homer alone. Let him just enjoy his donuts. Donuts. Well, I'm not talking about that Homer. But they wouldn't respect that Homer either. That sounds like an awesome comedy material that I would never pay to watch, but I would watch regardless for the lols. Nah. Oh, it would never pay to watch. Yeah, me neither. I'm not gonna even pirate that shit. It's gonna be like just wasted space in my computer. Fallout 5 will be the first game released on Mars Colony in 2088. Do you guys still care about that franchise? After everything that they've done with Fallout? Especially 76? Like, are people... I'm curious, because I'm not into Fallout games. But I've heard the old ones are really good. Like, up to Fallout 3, I've heard that people were having a lovely time with them. Like, do people still have faith that Bethesda can actually, deliver a proper game? Because I just played Skyrim, and I don't believe that they can. Am I the pessimist here? You guys have been burned much more than me. I was not even burned. I played one of their good games. Supposedly. Oh, that's a boss. That's a big boy boss. Let's try. Hello. Y-fronts prevent fallout? What is that? What are Y-fronts? That's a big boy boss. Oh, you're yelling too? Okay, I gotta be aware of the backstabbies then. Should have seen that coming. First try. First try. All four bosses that we fought so far are first try. I only died to the difficult mob. the tough mob in the beginning of the game. PPTX? What is PPTX? PPTX? PPT? What does that mean? GG, thank you. Piercing Claw. So we got a standard ability to learn from the Necro. That's Piercing Claw. Piercing Claw is one of the basic abilities accessible through the spell frame of your... Okay, so we're still in the tutorial. That's why everything is so easy. Okay. Activating it is equivalent to casting a Necro spell on yourself, dealing piercing damage to yourself. In return, you will gain the power of the Necros for a period of time and slightly restore sync rate. Do I want to do that? I don't think so. A little Necro Nucleus. Okay, we got another Nucleus. It feels wrong saying those words. From a certain period of time, Piercing Claw automatically launches an Energy Claw strike after its basic attack. Successful melee attacks extends its duration. Okay, I don't think I care about that. Okay, left trigger and B. B for me is circle. No? No? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay, I need to go and save. The boss is not gonna respawn, right? Hopefully not. PowerPoint presentation. Okay, are you guys having lag problems? Are you guys... Is it lagging? L2 plus 0 then L1. Oh! Oh no, that is cool. Oh no, I love that. Oh, that is awesome. Are you guys lagging? Are we having problems? I think maybe it's because I never turned on the AC. And maybe my PC is struggling. This fight was counted in seconds in frame, not frames per second on my end. I am sorry. Lag is massive. I'm sorry. It's my PC. It is dying. Okay, so let's talk. Okay, let me save. No, it's also saved. Okay, we will quit the game for a bit. We'll talk. And then we'll go back to the game after we are better. Yeah, it is most definitely my PC overheating. My thingy. It's now you're good, right? Yeah. So it's the game basically overburdening my PC, and you know that plus overheat can kind of like make the PC explode. Hopefully it's not gonna explode though. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about you know, the Microsoft thingy. I was very, very frustrated today because, well, not very frustrated. Again, I don't actually get frustrated by things that I see online. Well, idiots that I see online, let's say. But explain to me how a company is allowed to have 15 layers of middle management, which is like, okay, let's say that 15 is not middle management, right? 3 or 4, maybe 3 layers of that is not necessarily middle management, but 10 of those are definitely middle management. All those people are getting paid to do something. Some of them are getting paid to review the game, see if it offends this culture, see if it offends that culture, see this, see that, all that bullshit probably. And then make sure that it passes quality for certain like specific like audiences, etc., etc., etc. How did anybody expect Microsoft to actually produce any good game with that structure? How? I don't understand how. I really don't. Also, let me fix the camera a little bit. You guys are a little bit too high. Oh, you're more closer to where I am. So yeah, now we don't have any frames, right? Now the lag is not massive, but unfortunately... Was it only during the boss fight? So everything before the boss fight was good? Because it's not even the memory. It's nothing. It's just the heat. I think it's dying, but it's gonna die. But yeah, do not expect no lag here. Yeah, no lag now. I bet they like the whole department of is it not racist and another one for is it not sexist. They have another one for is it not transphobe and another one for is it offensive to every single non-white, what do you call it, human group in the history of the world? There is that. They definitely have that too. Let me see. So yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's very weird. And I keep saying that, you know, the white and all that, but I'm not the one making it about the color. It's really weird. It's really fucking weird how America sees everything in black and white. It's very, very weird. Now on stream, modern video games are unoptimized pieces of crap, but they're made to piece my PC explode. No, it's not the game's fault. It's not the game's fault. Like, my laptop is hanging in there. It has, well, you know, the laptop is not bad. Let me show you. But it was great 3 years ago when I bought it. Of course, now it gets more and more outdated by the day. But let me see if I can show you what it is. And I don't remember how I can show you, but I'll figure it out. About, I think this is where it is. Is there anything weird here? Yeah, I'm not gonna show you this because it says the device ID, and I'm not sure if you need to know that. What is there another one? So it is a 13th gen Intel Core i7 13620H, 620H, right? So it's a decent, what do you call it? A decent processor, okay? 16 gigabytes of RAM, 8 gigabytes of, what is it? Oh my God, what is my graphics card? It's a 4060, but a 4060 laptop. I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, so it is a NVIDIA GeForce 4060 laptop GPU, right? So a 4060 laptop is essentially a 3080 normal. Maybe a little bit better than a normal 3080, but essentially it's that powerful. So 3 years ago, it was really good, right? Right now, it's a little bit rough. It's very rough. And there's no way to upgrade a laptop. You just throw it away. And I'm not going to upgrade it because all the games that I'll be playing are going to be physical for, well, unless I go back to Japan. If I go back to Japan, that's going to be a big problem. So no new games if I go back to Japan. We play no new games if I go back to Japan. And that would be a great thing for me because, well, I can just bring on the good old backlog back. Yeah, but yeah, by the way, I don't know, in like maybe 5 to 10 minutes, we will be able to play the game again because the temperature will have gone down and my laptop will probably be able to handle the game. Not all is black and white. Oh, give me a second. There's a bot. There's another bot that I need to ban on Twitch. There we go. Bye-bye. So not all... Oh, you know what? Let me put some music in the background. Oh, man. I want to put City Pop. But if I put City Pop on the background, I'm going to get banned. Let's see. Let's do AI limit. Has really good music. Yeah. So not all is black and white. It's just a vocal minority of people being obsessed with absolute nonsense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's just terminally online people that, for some reason, are always the people that get to influence every industry. Like those weirdos that only care about stuff like that. They're very loud and obnoxious. They live online, and because they live online, they just take over the online space. And all the online conversations. Like, somebody that actually has a job, or, I don't know, someone that respects themselves a little bit more, is not gonna stay online 24/7 fighting the good fight, you know? It's really, really weird how online rage bait and online weird, like, I don't know, toxic neo-American culture has kind of... is very overblown right now. And it's taking over all of the conversations, and companies are just trying their best to, for some reason, not anger those people. Because they're the loudest, the most annoying ones. Like, people's power can be used for good as well, right? For example, what's happening with Sony right now, if you go and see everything, anything, any post that Sony has made, below that, there are gonna be people bitching about the physical games, and that's a good thing. Go and yell and protest on social media about your rights being preserved. But when it comes down to everything, to other, you know, other stuff like you know, what's happening with the Odyssey, etc., 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 I really find it extremely annoying how a developer needs to bend over backwards for someone that is just yelling about a game online that is not gonna buy it and does not care about buying it. Because the people that are yelling online are either buying physical games or they are consumers that actually care about their rights. Someone that yells about people that don't like the Odyssey are racist, like the person that says that. Like, I don't understand how culture has shifted to accommodating those people. That the only thing that they do at the end of the day is actually create racism. Because they're making it about the race. Nobody cares about race. Everybody cares about, what do you call it, art and artists being respected. That's what it's about. And cultures being respected. You cannot have Black Panther, for example, everybody in the cast and everybody in the movie virtue signaling, saying, oh, we're protecting black culture and this is a big step for this and that. And then go the other way about another piece of media that is influential about another culture and say, oh no, this is ours now, we can do anything we want about it with it. It doesn't matter. Okay, cast someone, a white person playing Black Panther. Put a white person in that movie. See the world explode. While people committing real crimes use this modern talk to get away with anything. Yeah, they can do whatever they want, man. Anyway. I run an engineering company and I have an HR department, or at least HR advisors in fucking Greece. Imagine Hollywood. Oh yeah, there are, dude. The company that I used to work for, Mike, in Greece, the HR department, well, they were good people, but because we had an American department as well. They were in America as well. There were a lot of questionable decisions and questionable things that were said when it comes down to, you know, who to hire. Should we hire the guy that does the work, the job really well? Or should we hire diversity, right? Should we hire a woman because we don't have the woman quota? Should we hire a person of color because we don't have a lot of people of color? But we hire the person that is fit for the job, that is the right fit for the job, without looking at their color, their gender, their identity, or anything else. How about hiring them on merit? How about that? Where did merit go? Where did meritocracy go? What happened? The great thing about the capitalistic system as it used to be was that in a big, big way, it was merit-based. Like, you can say whatever you want. Yes, there are exceptions. Yes, a lot of people were taking advantage of it. But to a large degree, it allowed people to make money through merit. It was a meritocracy for a really long time. Somehow now it's not. I don't understand how we went there, how we got there. Where I do understand, it's social media and unemployed people, ironically, just having way too much time being online and yelling about things that don't even matter to them, really. They just don't have anything else to live for in their sad lives, and the only thing they can do is yell about something they feel they need to be a part of, because if they're not a part of that, the only thing they can do is sit there, think that their lives suck, and just cry. That's the problem. But anyway, I have to go watch the official trailer for the Odyssey now. Go and watch it. Have fun. And see the downvotes as well. It has like almost as many downvotes as Snow White. Like, the ratio is getting there. Imagine the Snow White ratio, dude. But have they basically no HR department here? Really? Oh, that's a good country. Of course, very large companies have those. No. HR departments are not necessarily inherently bad. HR departments are good because when we didn't have HR departments, there was no way for upper management to communicate with, like, the low end, like everybody, like, down there in the trenches, right? That is what HR is supposed to do. Look out for the people that could be taken advantage of, essentially, and make sure that the two parts of the company communicate very well and nothing weird is happening. But it has evolved into something else. Not in every company is different, but in a lot of companies, HR has basically evolved into one of those two. Either I am on one side or I am on the other side. I am either on the side of the employer and I do my best to suck up to the employers, or I'm on the side to the employee and don't even see the other perspective and do not even communicate the messages from top to bottom right, because I have a bias and I want them to fight it out, essentially. It is very weird. I don't know how these people still have a job. Again, the ones that are not doing their job well. But I know why. Because I just told you, they're not hired on merit. They are hired on other things. Biases, color, skin color, that is. Not eye color, I think. Hopefully not. What else? Gender, sex, who they like to go to bed with for some reason. Like, I don't understand all that. I really don't. I do understand them, but I think they are completely stupid, completely idiotic. Before you ask, yes, we do hire in hospitals based on gender and race. Not always, but very often, and we do have quotas. I know. And that should be legal. That is a post-apocalyptic thing. To hire someone not on merit, but on anything else in a goddamn hospital where people's lives are at stake. What are you gonna do? The incompetent people that you hire to fill in the quotas, you shove them aside to make sure that they're not like present when someone is dying or something, because they might actually like make that faster, expedite that. What are we talking about? And yes, I know you're doing it. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it. In Greece, we don't do it everywhere. That bullshit is not a thing in Greece, at least. We have other problems here. We do other things. But nobody really cares about your color here. All we care about is that you do your job well. I was working for a company that had American, like an American branch as well. That's why they cared about those things. But in Greek companies, although we have a lot of other problems, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot. We don't care about your race. We don't care where you're coming from. And for the most part, we don't care about your sexuality or your gender or anything else. We care about you do your job well. And a lot of other things that big companies care about, that, you know, you're subservient, you don't cause trouble, you don't have a lot of previous experience, because if you do, we have to pay you extra, so we don't want to get you. We want to get people that we don't have to pay extra, etc, etc, etc. But again, we're talking about that specific thing now. We're not talking about how things are bad in Greece. We're talking about how things are not merit-based anymore and how annoying that is. I mean, companies here get benefits, but that's the thing. Yeah, here too, and everywhere. The companies doing the diverse hiring, they don't do it because of the goodness of their heart or because they believe in a cause or something. Even if they were doing that, that would be stupid, don't get me wrong. But they are doing it because they get benefits. If you tick all the boxes, you get money, and then you can buy a new yacht. That's what happens. Example, people are minority people, so I kind of get a little bit why hiring based on quota over here. No, that's everywhere, Slendy. That's why they're doing it. Like, they're not doing it because of a weird agenda or like you know, the Illuminati behind everything. No. They're doing it because they get money out of it. It shouldn't be like that, though. And the companies doing it because they're getting money out of it end up with bloated companies with incompetent people, and they end up going to shit, like Ubisoft, for example. Ubisoft is like the biggest example, I feel like. Activision Blizzard as well did something similar. A lot of huge companies do the same. They get a lot of money, their products are being bad, they shitify because they hired all the incompetent people in order to, you know, tick boxes and make a lot of money. And now they're paying the price, and now everybody's getting fired, and people are wondering, why is Sony firing? Why is Microsoft firing? Why is Ubisoft? Because Ubisoft also fired people. I don't know. Maybe because they hired incompetent people to tick in boxes and made a huge mess out of their hiring process, and now the company is full of bloat that is not needed to be there? I don't know. Weird how things work out like that. It is very hard to push these people aside when people are actually dying. For legal reasons, you can't push them out of the room. If they are incompetent, they shouldn't be in the room. What do you mean? It is hard to push an incompetent person aside when someone is dying and they need a competent person to be on their side? That is insane. That is literally insane. That is insanity. That is post-apocalyptic, like, bullshit world that we live in, dude. Well, that's probably one country. It's not something that happens everywhere. Again, at least here, the problem is that the public hospitals are understaffed. It's not the overstaffing with useless people. It's understaffing. That's the problem. Well, the Odyssey trailer was as bad as expected, but the YouTube comment section was comedy gold. Yes. Yes, dude. It is great. I spent hours, not hours, okay, like maybe 30 or 40 minutes looking at the comments. And yeah, it was really fun. Really fun. The things that people are saying, it's just pure comedy gold, man. It's great. Humor finds a way to always be relevant. The fact that they're trying to, like, push down humor to fit it in a modern agenda box, that I don't think is gonna work. I think that is becoming a thing of the past, thankfully. Most doctors don't care about the race gender hired people, but these days Pfizer is not finding FDA. Pfizer has joined the FDA. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's not the doctors. The doctors are not hiring. The HR departments of the hospitals are hiring. Of the, well, if you live in America or if you live, oh wait, I don't remember. No, you don't live in America. I don't remember. But anyway, whatever country you live in. If it's a private hospital and they have an HR department and they have investors behind them and they can make money out of that, or they can make money through government funds or through European Union funds, etc., 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 they're gonna try to do that because they're a private company. They try to make as much money as they want. It doesn't matter if they're a hospital or they're a video game company or they're whatever. And that has to do with how the company is managed and by who. Nowadays, the only companies that don't do bullshit is the ones managed by people that are essentially idealists. Everybody else is just trying to make money and get out. Make the company big, get money out of from a bigger company, get out. That's pretty much everybody is doing. Do you think that the game is gonna be playable now? Okay, you're here. The temperature is down to 30. Let's wait to get it down to 29. I'm talking about the room temperature. Someone said movie should be called Christopher Nolan and his famous Hollywood friends, the movie. That is very true. You know what? Like, that's another conversation as well. I don't know why, but when I see big movies with big names, like when I see like recognizable actors everywhere, I don't really feel I get like my immersion is broken. Like we've gone on to the other end where you're adapting something, you put a lot of well-known actors in it, and when I see the actor, I'm like, oh look, that's Spider-Man, for example. Oh look, that's Spider-Man's girlfriend. She's everywhere nowadays. I've seen her in like at least 10 different movies in the past 2 years. That's odd. She's Athena now? Interesting. That's not... Okay. That's not what I thought Athena was like. Like, she doesn't look like all-powerful and all that, you know? She was a war goddess and the goddess of wisdom, but she was also like, you know, had a spear and a shield and, you know, was poking people. She doesn't look like that, but okay, I guess. She's been in like 10,000 movies. And all the other actors that are in that movie, every single one of them is essentially a well-known actor. And after a point, it's just, oh, look, it's this guy. Look, it's that guy. When do I get to watch the movie? A huge name recognition cast is usually a bad sign. I think the Expendables franchise, yes, really bad. A lot of movies, well, modern movies fall into that trap. There have been incredible older movies that had a phenomenal cast, but the thing is, the movies themselves are what made the cast so great. Not only that movie, like the early 2000s movie that made Leonardo DiCaprio, for example, famous. All those movies that we go back and see, wow, what a cast. That was not an incredible cast back then. Back then, most of them were still working their way through the industry, and they were trying to prove themselves through the art of, you know, movie making and acting. They were trying their best. And all their merit paid off, and now they're they're very famous. But you cannot have an all-star, like, Avengers type of movie collaboration with everybody being, like, you know, well, that's Spider-Man, that's Spider-Man's girlfriend. Oh, she plays in Dune as well. Oh, we have that guy. Yeah, I remember him. I remember her. Oh, yeah, all this and that. You cannot do that in a movie. You cannot have an all-star cast in a movie that is supposed to be immersive. You can do that in like a, I don't know, realistic setting where I can suspend my disbelief that these are not the real people, but they live in the same world and they have similar problems, like, as you know, a social like movie, for example. I don't know. That I can, I guess, suspend my disbelief enough, but I cannot suspend my disbelief enough for 10,000. Like, every single cast member is essentially somebody I recognize from another movie or another franchise. I don't know. Hot take, but I don't like Zendaya so much. She's a good... I don't know if she's a good actress. She's decent, I guess. She's not bad, I'll tell you that. I've never seen Zendaya acting bad. I don't know if I've ever seen her acting well, though. She's usually just like a poker face, looking like that all the time. Mysterious. Like, what is she thinking? Like, she plays the exact same role in every movie that I've seen her in. So she's not bad, but on the other end, she doesn't have any charisma, I guess. Yeah, I saw a Drinker's video. I think that's how he described it, and I kind of agree with that. She doesn't have any charisma to play Athena, man. I don't know. I wouldn't think that she does, but maybe she will pull it off. I don't know. I will never know because I'm not watching that trash. That piece of trash. Yellow yogurt. Aloo, aloo, aloo. How are you doing? Guess what? What happened? Why is that Happy Kirby over there? What happened? I didn't even know who Zendaya was. You haven't watched Dune, man? Go watch Dune. Dune is incredible, man. Part 3 trailer dropped, I think, recently. I haven't watched it yet. It's my 69th stream streak. Wow. Nice. Nice, yogurt. Nice. I remember the girl from Spider-Man, and I thought to myself, Mary Jane could have been better. True. The old Mary Jane? Yeah. True. But you should go watch Dune. If you haven't watched Dune, Dune is incredible. She does play a small part in Dune. I guess she is a side character in Dune 2 that kind of takes center stage. And she fits the role quite well because she's supposed to be mysterious. She's supposed to be in Dune like the mysterious character that you don't know a lot about, but you know in the future is gonna be like a pretty important character. She doesn't talk a lot. Again, she has this look that Zendaya usually has when she plays a role. But that fits her a lot. It was great casting. I think she was cast for that really, really, really well. Like, the way that she portrays all the characters fits that specific character that she plays in that specific role very well. I don't believe it fits Athena as a character, but doesn't matter. That is the least of my problems with the Odyssey. That's completely fine. Like, she's a competent character. She's a competent actor. She can make Athena work. That's not the main problem. It's just like a small nitpick. June is the weakest. Villeneuve. I don't know who that is. His other movies are legendary. I don't care. I've watched Dune and I love both Dune movies. The second one in particular was even better than the first one. Thin Red Line, Sekiro. I don't believe I've watched any of those, but Dune is an adaptation of the book Dune. It's not like an original story. Maybe the other ones are. I don't know. And I heard that he's done a really good job adapting the source material. The problem with Dune is that it will stop having great source material at some point. Because I've heard that after a point, the writer of Dune just kind of lost it. He didn't know what to do with Dune. So, like, after a point, the story is complete nonsense. But the third movie is gonna adapt a part of the story that is actually good. And I think after the third movie, maybe they're thinking of stopping. I'm not sure. I like Matt Damon, me too. But he's in every single movie that I've seen since the 2010s. But a 1.65 centimeter blonde Odysseus is heresy. Stop. I don't even care about that, okay? Yes, it is not great, okay? It is not great. But I don't care. Because he's adapting, that is because he's adapting the feminist version of Odyssey. The feminist reimagining of Odyssey. Not actual Odyssey, but anyway. What I mean is Denis Villeneuve. Dude, I don't know. That is French, for sure. He's a great film director, and Thin Red Line is considered one of the best war movies ever made. Oh, it's a war movie, that's why I haven't watched it. I like fantasy. I kind of like sci-fi. I tend to stay away from war movies in general. I prefer to watch, I don't know, documentaries about wars. I'm not a huge fan of war movies. Oh man, Villeneuve, something like that. It's so good that June is under his normal level of skill. That sounds incredible. That sounds he's a really good movie maker. But I would still not watch. Maybe I would. I don't know. Maybe I would. If the movies are that incredible, I can watch them. Like, I have watched some war movies. I just usually... It's not entertainment to me. I'm not entertained by war movies for the most part. Villeneuve. Okay. Villeneuve. That makes sense. And the thin red line is indeed awesome. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Okay, what do we look like? Are we having trouble now? No? Hopefully, we can play the game now. Hopefully. If there are problems, let me know, okay? I'm moving around so you guys can see if the camera is lagging or if anything is lagging, just to make sure. So, Villeneuve, yeah. I don't know, again, I'm not good with names at all. Like, you tell me the name now, I don't think I will remember it a week later. I'm not great with names. Let's do it. We fought that boss. Okay, it looks good on my end. Hopefully it looks good on your end too. Now we can continue. By the way, for those that were not able to see what I did, I one-shot the boss. I beat the boss, I one-shot it. I'm sorry for the quality. I'm sorry. I will never... Wait. I will never start the stream without the AC again. I guess I have to pay 100 euros for... like, on the electricity bill. Like, maybe I need to stop streaming during the summer. I don't know. Would you prefer Platoon? What is that? Sekiro is about US Special Forces fighting with drug cartels. Yeah, I don't know if I would be interested in that. Like, not that I don't like that. Go destroy the cartels, but eh. Looks good? Okay. Is that a reference to the movie that I don't get because I haven't watched the movie? Who is moaning? What's happening? Wait. Okay, he's not an enemy. Huh. Is he... I thought he was like a blacksmith, but he's attacking the enemy. Hello.
You don't seem like a pilgrim.
I'm not. I'm 2B.
What are you doing here?
Well,
just get a cooling pad under your laptop. Help with the tone when I had a laptop. Yeah, it's a good idea. If I could do that, I would.
Your getup is rare these days.
But maybe that's a better solution than like turning on the AC all day.
Caravan. You don't seem like either. Oh, now I remember.
Red Line is a war movie, much like Platoon, Full Metal Jacket, etc. Oh, I haven't watched those, I think.
Right.
They usually compare to each other. Ah, sorry. Oh, but I prefer Platoon. I see.
Never mind.
I see.
I'm not
I see. Now I know.
anyway.
Haven't watched it
Did
though,
you
I think.
kill these people?
These people.
They don't look like people.
No, they're just vessels.
Yeah, they look like rocks.
Didn't even put up a fight.
Why?
Well, ever heard of Stone, the coffin bearer? Like you bladers in pursuit of branches, eliminating these hollow vessels is my duty, or rather,
I'll look into it.
my
I'll look into it.
fascination. Well, sooner or later, you'll become one of them. But don't worry, when the time comes, I'll eliminate you too.
What's his problem? Can't we be friends?
By the way, say, if you're heading to have
What is a...
it's simple.
A quest.
You
Fetch
do
quest.
something
I see.
well,
Arrisa.
Arrisa. Good. Now,
The dude's soundtrack is about the only thing that can make me tear up.
it's a signal.
Now, I have a lot of things that can make me tear up. Not a lot, actually.
Pilgrims doesn't sound
Okay.
What do you want with...
Wait.
better not ask more questions.
Yeah, that's... We're just gonna do the job. Don't ask any questions. You don't want to know the answer to what you answered, okay? To what you asked, okay? So there are a few things that can make me tear up, okay? A few things. One, the ending of One Piece. The first ending of One Piece. Called Memories. The first ending, the ending number 1 of One Piece, called Memories. That song legitimately makes me tear up every time I listen to it. That's why I don't do that often, because I know that if I listen to it enough, I will grow numb to it. So I stopped doing it. I stopped listening to it. But every time I listen to it, and I do that very rarely, I tear up. The second thing that can make me tear up is the ending of the Digimon Adventure. The song that plays in the end of Digimon Adventure. I'm pretty sure it's called... Oh, what is it called? I don't remember. You know, the thing that the song that plays when the kids go and they leave the Digimon behind, and Mimi's hat is like taken by the wind, etc., etc. It's just, oh, I'm getting the goosebumps just thinking about it. I also cried during that. I also cried during the song that plays, that is called Colors, I'm pretty sure, on Digimon Frontiers, which is the season 3 ending of Digimon. I also cry every time I watch that, and every time that I listen to that song as well. What else do I cry on? So those three endings can make me cry. Well, the ending song of One Piece, and the ending scenes with the songs from Digimon Adventure and Digimon Frontier, which is season 1 and season 3. Things that can make me cry: 1, Platoon music; 2, Dirt in My Eye; 3, Ubisoft. Oh, not in the same way. Yeah, Ubisoft can make you cry in a different way, I get it. Especially if you're a big fan of their older franchises. Yeah, that can definitely make you cry. That can make anybody cry. 1 second. Okay, this is better. What else can make me cry, though? Let me think. So you got those 3 things, right? I'm talking about cry from, like, either, like, good emotions, okay? Good emotions. I'm not talking about things that can make me cry, like, I cry for the Final Fantasy VII remake, for what it is and what it ended up being after I've been waiting to play something like that for, like, 20 years. Nah, I'm not talking about that. Let me think. So, the Digimon Adventures ending scene, the Digimon Frontier ending scene, One Piece ending 1, the song, Memories. What else? I'm not sure. I'm thinking about video games. Can anything in video games make me cry? Well, I have teared up playing video games, but I don't think there's something in a video game that I can replay a video game, for example. Like, see that again, experience that again, and tear up a little bit? I don't think so. Because those that could have done it, I've played millions of times, so I'm numb to it then. I did tear up at the end of The Last of Us. Oh, no, I didn't. But I was a new father at that time, so it hit a little bit, boy, a little bit more than it would have if you weren't. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. That is wonderful, though. That is really nice. That is really, really nice. It is an ending that will definitely hit you differently if you are a new father. Kimi no wa made me cry. Kimi no Nawa. Yeah, Kimi no Namae wa. Kimi no Nawa. Your name in Japanese. It made me tear up a little bit, yeah, just a little bit. But if I was to watch it again, I wouldn't. Oh, there is an anime movie that does make me tear up every single time. From the same director. 5 centimeters per second in English. 5 centimeters per second. Oh, like every time I watch it, I've watched it like 2 times now. I don't watch it a lot because again, I don't want to grow numb to it. But 5 centimeters per second almost always actually like makes me cry every time I watch it. Not cry like ugly cry, just tear up. I don't cry when I watch something, but I just tear up a little bit. Really great. If you haven't watched it, it's Makoto Shinkai as well. It's the same director. One of his first works that he became popular with. In my opinion, his best one. Probably controversial because Your Name, Kimi no Na wa, and other movies are, you know, Wuthering With You, which is, what is it in Japanese? I don't remember what it is in English. But in Japanese, but anyway, like Wuthering With You, other movies he's been most well known for, but 5 centimeters per second is really good. Definitely check it out if you haven't. So 5 centimeters per second as well. I've also teared up fighting Malenia, but for a different reason. What is this? Why am I in the goo? So we got 4 things now. I don't know if I got another one, to be honest with you. We're talking about like media, not real life situations. Media specifically. Whoa. What is that thing? That is very sus, and this black goo is also very sus. This is mud, right? Hello? Isn't that what I can use to level up my weapon, to upgrade my weapon? Luminous carbon? I think that's what we were looking for. That's an enemy. Hello, sir. Oh, that's a human. Straight up human. Bald one as well. Whoopsie. Sorry, Mr. Baldy. So we are in the bald territory now. From movies, I remember tearing up to Schindler's List and The Pianist. Oh, incredible movies. Good ones to tear up to. I didn't, but I can see it. I can definitely see it. Like live action movies, that's difficult. Like even 5 centimeters per second, I said like the Makoto Shinkai anime movie. That's an animated movie. That is not a live action movie. Have I ever teared up in a live action? Oh yes, the Ron Clark story. I remembered. The Ron Clark story. That is a movie with Matthew Perry as a protagonist. Chandler from Friends, for those who don't know, has passed away, sadly. Phenomenal actor. His acting range, you can appreciate his acting range in that movie. He's not Mr. Funny Guy in the Ron Clark story. He's a teacher. He's a teacher that, you know, he's like a teacher in a problematic, let's say, class with kids that have like problems with their families, etc., and nobody believes in them, and it's basically just a rundown class, and like the guy that's taking over every single time the teachers like quit because they don't want to put the extra effort to help the children to do what, well, a teacher is supposed to do. And Ron Clark just goes in and does everything to the best of his ability to help out the kids, to go the extra step with their families, with everything. It is a wonderful story. It's a real story. It is from Ron Clark's biography. And he's actually made a school for, like, essentially experimenting with new teaching methods and stuff like that in real life. He's a real person. Matthew Perry was a good actor, not just Chandler Bing. No, Matthew Perry was a phenomenal actor. I'm actually kind of like, well, like, I'm welling up a little bit just thinking about the movie. It is an incredible movie. If you can find, because it's very difficult to find nowadays, the Ron Clark story. Like, that is one of the movies that I really need to find physically, because digitally it's harder and harder to find. It was even hard to find 10 years ago when I watched it. No, not 15. Like 10, 12, something like that. Nowadays, it's even impossible. It's kind of impossible to find. I need to get a physical copy of the Ron Clark story somehow. Because I want that movie to be preserved. I want to watch that movie with my kids. I want to have, if I ever have kids, I want to have that movie as an example of this is how a teacher should be. It's how I believe a teacher should be. This is what you need to be willing to do if you're doing this job. Levels above all other actors from the Friends cast? Let me think. Yeah, I think he was the best actor in the cast, yes. In the main cast, that is, right? Yes. In my opinion, he's also the best actor. Yes, 100%. The best humor, incredible humor, but also the biggest acting range. Jennifer Aniston is a second, and there's a reason why she's so well recognized. And yeah, but I think the more I think about it, the more I agree with what you're saying. Yes, he is the best in that cast. I love Friends, by the way. I love all of them. I think the new generation in Europe would generally deserve better. We don't deserve anything. We just make our own future. I don't think that people are brought up to deserve something. We don't deserve shit.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Will do. Generations brought up don't deserve shit. They should actually work for what they think they deserve and show to themselves that they deserve that and take it. The fact that a lot of people nowadays are getting brought up to feel like their rights are inherent from birth and that they deserve better, I think is a very, very important problem that we have to deal with. Actually, so it's the exact opposite for me, actually. Hello, gorgeous, I think it is still the place you ended yesterday. No, I've actually gone through some black goo. We fought a boss and we are in a different place. Wrong. Well, welcome on in, Jaden. My favorite teacher movies, School of Rock with Jack Black. Oh no, my favorite one is the Ron Clark story. If you haven't watched it, Mike, you really should. That is a good one. But that's a fun one. That's not like a kind of a movie that I'm talking about. Like, the Ron Clark story is not fun. It's not funny. It is just emotional. And it makes you think. It's one of those pieces of media that just makes you think. And again, it's a true story. Not a true story like the Cleopatra documentary. An actual good true story. My second favorite teacher movie, and one of my favorite movies of all time as well, is Coach Carter. If you can call it teacher movie, because he's essentially the gym teacher, right? He's their coach, but, you know, the biggest part of the movie is basically them succeeding not only in sports, but in other areas of life as well, and that makes them better people in the long run. That is also an incredible one. Coach Carter is phenomenal. Oh, you know another incredible one? But that's not a movie, that's a series. Friday Night Lights. Friday Night Lights. If you haven't watched Friday Night Lights, please do. Please go watch it. I don't know where it is now. I think it's on Amazon. It was at least on Amazon when I watched it on Amazon Prime. It is well worth 1 month's worth of subscription just to watch it. It is. It very much is, trust me. Teachers should care about kids when the teen arrives in Nier and horrible shaped. Stories we hear are often damn so terrible and full of people not giving a damn about the kids who should help. Yep. A lot of teachers think that their job is to educate. Just to provide the knowledge. That's not what a teacher should be. That's not what a teacher really is. You do deserve a chance to prove your value. You deserve life and health. No, you take those. Deserve? Who deserves who? Who says that? People often don't get that in rich, even in rich countries. That is true. But who says that I deserve things? Who gets to make that call? You see where I'm going with this? Those are all made up concepts. that we try to abide by. And right now, the younger generation is considered those things a given. They don't fight for them. They believe that they cannot be taken away from them. The right that they have to like a decent health industry, like to decent health what do you call them? Health coverage. The right to speak, their freedom of speech in general. The right as customers, right? Oh, I'm buying this game. There's no way the company can take it away from me, right? All those things that the kids and the people, the younger people growing up nowadays are considered a given. That all stems from the fact that they grew up in an environment where they were considered a given. Nobody taught them and nobody explained to them that those are things that we've made up, that make life more comfortable, that needs to be preserved. That is where the problem lies. Big problem lies there. I know I will watch it now, but Jet Black Jack Black is just black. Jet Black, by the way, is Final Fantasy XIV's 4th expansion in Japanese. It's Shadowbringers in English, but it's Jet Black in Japanese. That's probably why I did the tongue twist. I twisted my tongue. Watching Jack Black performing hit me maybe one more time with Britney Spears and try to stop from giggling. He's great, man. He's great. I see. Coach Carter was awesome indeed. Coach Carter is phenomenal. Coach Carter is incredible. And if you haven't watched, for some reason, I don't believe that anybody hasn't watched it, but if for some reason you haven't watched Coach Carter, please do. And Friday Night Lights, that is a series. American. Great. Phenomenal. About American football. But it's not about the football, it's about the kids. It's about a school and it's about the kids. And the guy's a coach and he goes from school to school being a coach, a football coach in different programs. Primarily, I think it's 2. So you get to spend a lot of time with the kids, their families, etc., etc., etc. It's a phenomenal series. Please check it out if you haven't. It is mutual agreement that we deserve life. Yeah, mutual agreement. That is like a concept that is made up by us. We agreed mutually that we deserve it. But if we do not preserve the right that we have to life, that we giving ourselves to life, that can even that can be taken away very, very, very easily. It means I'll help you get on your foot, you will be a good citizen. Deserve means being part in agreement. Something means being part in agreement. No. Deserved... I understand what you're trying to say, but the meaning of I deserve something can be misunderstood and is being misunderstood nowadays. I know what you're saying, but deserve is something that people use today to say things like, I deserve my freedom of speech, right? I deserve my right to own stuff. I deserve this. I deserve that. People think that deserve, they're entitled to things. And they use the word deserve to describe the things that they feel like they're entitled to. You're not entitled to anything. And you don't deserve, the way they say it, anything. Those are things that people fought for, that you need to preserve in order to call them yours. And you can tell your kids that, you know, in this society that we live in, this is the minimum things that you deserve. You have to fight to preserve them and not be apathetic to them just because you grew up with them and other people fought for those things. Like, do you see where I'm going with this? I'm not talking about like the etymology of the word, I'm well aware. But people are misunderstanding what it is about, what it is truly about nowadays, sadly. But young people with horrible diseases often in agreement of their parents to start treatment. Well, yeah, of course, right? And if the parents are, let's say, radical Christians, kids will just die and only then law. Oh, I see what you mean. Like in cases that... Yeah, the parents don't allow the kid to... Well, that is an extreme case though, right? Yes, it does happen a lot and you see it way more because you're in there, but that is like a radical case of like a stupid parent that doesn't follow the doctors because of one reason or the other. In your case, that is like because they're. It's not because they're radical Christians. It's because they're retarded. There are radical Christians that still believe in medicine. It's as if those people are just straight up. They need to be institutionalized, and they should have the kid taken away from them. But anyway, yes, I see your point, but again, that is a very, very, very edge case. The fact that you see it is because you do what you do. It's not like commonplace. Especially not over here, at least. Very common in many shapes or colors. That is what I mean when I say deserve a chance. Anyway, yeah, like the semantics. You know what I mean. You understand what I'm saying, I think. God will save him, not some medicine. Yeah, there are people that believe that. Like, again, religion, I respect religion, and I think that it serves a good purpose. But when it comes down to health, you should at least do the best that you can for your kid and the best that the healthcare system can do for your kid before resorting to praying. Okay? Or you can do it at the same time. But the most basic thing you can do is make sure that your kid has all it needs. Have respect for religion, don't take me wrong. Yeah, no, nobody's misunderstanding what you're saying. You are not talking about Christians or even radical Christians, to be honest with you. What you're talking about is idiots. Idiots. That actually influence decisions in the country that they're in. Unfortunately, they have a right to vote. Imagine that. Human life is underappreciated because it's in abundance. Right now, from specific people, yes. Especially where it is the most in abundance, it is extremely underappreciated. The more people you have in a country or in an area or in a place, the less it's appreciated. That is very true, and you can see it in real life as well, with things that are happening in the world. Not enough demand, economic values have taken over. Not only, but yeah. Economic values, political values, a lot of stuff. Yeah, the real reason is that they're retarded. Yeah, like again, it's not even about the religion. Like they could be some other kind of religion. They could be like a part of a cult or whatever, praising the sun or something. Praise the sun. But it's that the fact that they're retarded. And I cannot, if I had those parents in front of me, I would beat the shit out of them. I promise you. I'm 50-50 on religion. On one side, I don't get why someone could believe something so ridiculous. On the other side, I kind of get it. It's not like how someone could believe. It's they let themselves believe because belief is spiritual. Again, I'm not a very religious person, but religion is, first of all, down to the individual person to believe or not to believe. And that's the whole point of believing. It's not something that you do in order that is proven. You know, I have the proven facts that Jesus was a real person. You don't need proof to believe in something that you assume is greater than you. Because if you assume that it's greater than you, then you probably cannot even perceive it. So it's all about believing that it exists as opposed to not believing anything and living life only judging by facts. That's where belief comes in, right? So I get why people believe. The people believe the most when they are in need, in dire need, like when something really bad happens, knock on wood. And that is the first thing that you need. You need, because the biggest fear is what happens after death, right? Nobody knows and nobody will know. So we can only believe that there is something better, because sometimes when something really tragic happens to a person or a person's family member or a loved one, the only thing that you can tell yourself is that at least they're in a better place right now, you know, or I hope they're in a better place right now. So you kind of believe in that moment that that could be it. And that kind of eases it off. Like a lot of, you know, belief and a lot of religion comes down from things that we cannot explain. And at the end of the day, the thing that we will never be able to explain is death and what happens after death. So religion will always be prevalent and it will always have a place in human culture. The problem is not religion. The problem is retarded people. Difference. Big difference. Religion is fine. Organized religion, not so much. Yeah, like again, I'm telling you, it's spiritual. It has no buildings, no bullshit. It's in the person. Religion is inside the individual. It's not about the buildings. It's not about the people supposedly representing God. Some of them are great, some of them are not. But that's a job at the end of the day. You gotta remember that. That's a job. A priest is not God. A priest is a job that is supposed to represent the God. It's HR management for God, kind of. But it is a job. So you gotta remember that. They're not infallible. They can be bad, they can be good, they can be anything. There's more wars than anything. Oh, like in the past? The thing is that I don't believe that it was the religion that caused the war. It was... So, our society, right, is structured in a certain way around certain ethics. And when somebody tries to invade or somebody tries to take over the country or whatever, historically speaking, right? Those ethics clash with the other ethics of the other religion, right? So the way that these people live, people A live, and the way people B live are very, very different. They cannot understand each other a bit because their values, to a bigger or less an extent, stem from their religion. That is even true nowadays, by the way, but we're talking historically. So they clash mostly because of those cultural differences. So if you distill it down to why they clash, it's not because of religion, it's because of the culture that they've cultivated through religion. So, for the most part, even nowadays, it is because of the culture clash that happens, and because they cannot really understand each other because of the vast difference between the way they've been raised and the, you know, the big barriers that there are for understanding. Those barriers are way down nowadays because of the internet, which is one of the good things that the internet has provided. You know, sources and interesting places to meet other people and new cultures and being able to understand their perspective and all that. But it's not enough. Even today, it's not enough. Belief is belief. You can't control what you believe in. You can only try to educate yourself to feel more secure in your assumptions. Yes. And even then, when we're talking about religion, you will always hit a point that you will not be able to explain. And the greatest scientists, like, agree to that. Like, to a degree, you can explain stuff. But you will always hit a point where your perception is not enough. And after that, everything is just belief. Religions before monotheism were way more tolerant. Shared attitude was like, okay, you have different gods. They're totally real. You believe in yours. We believe in ours. Who cares? Yeah, because the vibe, in my opinion, okay, from what I think, from what I've seen in history, etc., 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 most of the wars were caused by people that adhered to religions that had vastly different cultures. And when those cultures clashed, then, you know, they started creating bad blood between them, etc., etc., etc. What they call beef nowadays. So those, for the most part, were caused by the culture differences that came with the religion, but not by the religion itself. The religion, for the most part, with a few exceptions, did not come and say, let's go and take over that land. I say with exceptions because there are exceptions. But most of the wars have a religious subtext. It's just that in history, it's just that that subtext sometimes comes forward in the foreground. It's usually in the background, and it comes down to cultural differences. Sometimes it comes out in the foreground, but not always. Nowadays, the internet and the free exchange of information, sure, but let's say Middle Ages. The church dictated that, church did classes, people followed blindly. Yeah, that's why I'm saying there were some times in, you know, like human history where the church in Christians and I don't know what was like in other countries like sultans and stuff like that that were supposed to be religious leaders as well as political leaders, like were dictating that. There are in history examples like that. But before that, that was not the case. And nowadays, that is not the case. The wars are mostly, like, during the Middle Ages, during the class of two specific religions, Christianity and Islam. Those are like the two biggest ones that clashed, that led to one fighting each other. And the church, like, the church was doing really horrible shit back in the Middle Ages. Like, if you do not believe in God and you believe in something else, you were a heretic and you were put to death. Like anything else. So again, that's why I'm saying it's not about the people. The people can be horrible. It's about what you believe nowadays. It's about you. It's inside. But yeah, that's what I'm telling you. There are a lot of places and a lot of cases in history. Well, very few if we consider human history, but in modern history, let's say, there may be more. Like after the 1000s, let's say. That yes, that has come to the foreground. Church or institutions in general have come to the foreground and started the wars, but that has never, in most of our history, that has never been the problem. Sometimes it is, though. Sometimes it is. It is true. I think it was more like our gods are better than yours. Yours are not even real. Ours are. Yeah, and in some cases, like, for example, the Romans took over Greece and they were like, oh, I love those gods. Yeah, that religion is really cool. Yoink. And then they yoinked it. They yoinked everyone. They renamed them and they called it their pantheon. They colonized our religion. They were not like, oh, these guys are peasants. Oh, these guys are, you know, heretics. The Romans were like, whoa, that's cool. That's mine now. It's really cool. Well, another fairly took different gods for real. Sources are clear on that. No, there were a lot of cases of, what do you call them, societies that, like, they were in agreement that, okay, your gods are your gods, our gods are our gods. We believe in our gods for certain reasons, you believe in your gods for certain reasons. That's fine. They didn't fight wars over those. Most of the time. Like, the wars were being fought for different reasons, mostly for territory, over territory. Had nothing to do with religion. And again, sometimes it was a culture clash. And that's when it was like more subtly religion, but not really religion. Just the culture that was cultivated due to that religion. We won, so that must mean our gods are great. Our gods are stronger because they helped us win. Don't know. They didn't care about religion as much as monotheist. Yeah. I'm telling you, we should bring back the... Sorry. We should bring back the 12 gods of Olympus. We should bring them back. Roll it back. Roll it back. Ancient world is my great hobby. Yeah, it's a really nice hobby. Really nice hobby to have. Good old times. People before Christianity were most like us. It was late Roman Empire and medieval that turned religious fanatism into a normal thing. Yes, it is true. It is very true. Yeah, and I'm glad you say the late Roman Empire, because the early Roman Empire did the exact opposite, actually. But yeah, sadly. And that is what, like, again, the same values took over Greece, and you know, you were a pagan if you believed in the gods, the 12 gods, and again, now everything changed. You have no idea how different Greek people are nowadays with Christian values over the ancient Greek people that basically did everything that we are supposedly proud of today, and that we, oh no, Greek culture, like, we are talking, a lot of Greek people are talking about Greek culture and Greek heritage and all that. The things that I talked about as well. But they don't really live like that. Like, you know, they are people descending from those people. They might be, but they don't live like them. They don't have the same mindset. I'm not talking about the slavery part, because they did have slaves back in the day in Athens, or in Sparta, or in any other places in Greece, like in ancient Greek city-states, right? But what was I saying? Wait, I lost my trail of thought. Oh yeah, but they don't really live like them. They don't think like them. They don't really think at all. And that is exactly the opposite to what the ancient Athenians were doing, to what the ancient Thebians were doing. That is not preserving your culture. And they don't even realize that Christian values, the way they are integrated into Greek society nowadays, have nothing to do with ancient Greece. Nothing to do with ancient Greece. I believe in Dionysus only. That is why I'm high all the time. I'm going to God. I'm doing God's work. Exactly. That's why you're drinking wine all day, man. One glass of wine is good for the heart. Isn't that what they say? Why not? Yeah, one god is kind of boring. He ain't even coming down to visit us and immigrate women transformed as an ant or something shit. Oh, no, not an ant. A goat. I think that Zeus transformed into a goat and impregnated women. We don't condone Zeus's actions, but he's a god, okay? What can we peasants do? Like what? Beat him up? Put him to jail? We can just make sure that he's happy so he doesn't do that to us too. This is a really neat area. Wait. Oh no. Oh wait, no, wait. That third attack. Oh, that delay. Dead. Leave me alone. Hey, I need to find... Wait. Take that. Run back. I need to find... that guy that is shooting at me. Who is that? Who are you? Where are you? Shoot me. Oh, it's that thing. Wait, is it? Oh, no, I see that. It's a lady over there. Fairly hot from what I see over here, but my glasses... Maybe I need my glasses. Dionysus was a cool god, man. Still is. Yeah, I believe that's a hot lady. We'll see when we get there. It is interesting that Christianity took off at all. There were so many apocalyptic cults in the late Roman Empire. Christianity is just one of them. Yeah. But it became the fad. It happened. I think that the core Christian values are really good. Now, I was raised Christian, right? But I really like the core Christian values of, you know, respecting everybody around you. Everybody, you know, has the same rights as you. You know, you love the guy that's next to you. Don't kill people. You know, all those things. I really like those as core values. I think they're really good and they allow us to coexist really well. That is probably why, at the end of the day, people chose that. Because it basically was the religion or the cult when it started back in the day that provided the least amount of friction between the people. That is probably why it took off. The problem is that every single religion in the history of the world can be taken over by humans that want to use it for, you know, other reasons. But it probably took off because of the fact that it provided a society structure, a societal structure with the least amount of friction. Zeus was an old shape-shifting horned dog who changed forms depending on who he wanted to impregnate that day. Yeah, essentially. Christians were not nice guys in their starting days. They operated like armed mob in Roman cities and refusing to pay taxes, serving the army. Yeah, because they thought they were starting their own revolution under the guise of the god that they very much believed in, and they were fighting against the system and yada yada yada. That would be my assumption. Killing people? Disgusting? Yeah, but God said don't do that. And of course, demolishing old temples and burning down libraries, of course, because they were heresy. Everything other than what we believe is heresy. What about what is the question mark about, AK? That's what Christians used to do back in the day. If you don't know that, that is very much true. Like all the religions have done it to an extent. Well, all the religions after the Middle Ages. But Christians did that too, yeah. That is very true. Christianity won, and they've done it multiple times in multiple places. And a lot of places in the world. And a lot of different time periods. Christianity won on the strength of a powerful marketing department. Essentially, yes, but I think that it also rode on the fact that the values that were being taught had the least amount of friction. Like, it was being taught to love each other. Don't fight each other. Don't kill each other. Don't steal from each other. That made life much more comfortable. Like, at the very core of what was there. That made life much more comfortable for people. If everybody believed that, you know, they're gonna go to hell if they do bad deeds. And it provided a moral compass for them to follow. So it made life easier. And that's why it took off. Time to change religion that accepts killing people then? Do we care about religion nowadays? Like, for the most part, most people don't, I think. I think there are a few modern ones. I don't want modern religion. I think we should bring the 12 gods of Olympus back. They were cool. Wait, why do something new when you have something old that's very well tested and tried and, you know, it works really well? You have the winning horse. Just let it run. If I make that explode, is it gonna blow up and I can go across? Is that what's happening here? No. Where do I go from here? Can I break this? No. Hello, lady. Can I go past without you shooting at me? Is that a possibility? No. I guess not. Okay. Yeah, she doesn't like me, but we haven't met yet. I don't know why. Like, we could be friends. Maybe because she's too tall. Tall people want to be friends with tall people, I guess. Okay. I agree. I was on Samothraki, the Samothraki Island ones. The shrine looks so cool. I'm telling you. Let's bring back the 12 gods of Olympus, man. It is worth it. The temple of Poseidon is also really cool. In Athens. You can find that in Athens. Well, suburbs. Southern suburbs of Athens. Okay, I think this is the way I need to go. Hello, are you an enemy? Oh yeah, both of these guys are enemies. But I can probably backstab them. They are very, very insistent on looking at that thing. And this guy is sleeping, so we're good. Hey, relax, relax. I don't have any mud balls, I realized. I don't have any extra heals. That's pretty bad. Oh, I got a mud ball. Thank you. I don't have €1,000,000, I realized. Any €1,000,000 donations in chat? No? Okay. Damn it. Thought that would work. Olympians were cool and super fit. Oh, they were. The women were hot. The men were hot. Everybody was hot. That was a rule. If you were not hot, you could not be in the Olympus, man. Hades was not that hot, so they just, you know, shoved him down in like in hell or whatever. He was in charge of the basement. I love Sunio. Sunio is great, yeah. Sunio is beautiful. Where DPG lies and spreads the truth. I see why you like it so much, Mike. There used to be a lot of cool gods like Odin and Zeus and Thor and so on, but now, thanks to Kratos, they are no more. That's exactly why. that is the truth. He killed all of them, so that's why people wouldn't believe in them anymore, because they were canonically dead. True. True. But yeah, the Temple of Poseidon in Sunio, if you come to Greece, that is a beautiful temple. Well, you know the Parthenon up in the Acropolis. That is also beautiful, but that was destroyed. And now it's being reconstructed essentially with the same rocks. And if they cannot find that specific piece, they make up like a part and put it there. But some of it is intact. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that the thing that happened with the Acropolis, the Parthenon specifically of the Acropolis, is that when we were fighting the Romans and when the Romans took us over, somebody had a really great idea and they filled the Parthenon with gunpowder, essentially. And because it was very up, like very far up there, who could have even hit that, right? It's a good place to hit something. Well, somebody did a Hail Mary and, you know, somebody just hit it. Like a home run. And the whole thing exploded. Boom. Very smart Greek people. Athenians were not that smart back in the day, maybe. Maybe their intelligence was overestimated. Great, Kratos killed all the gods and now we have to stick with the god. Well, how about Kratos visits somebody else's god and we'll see how that goes. Because he killed the Norwegian gods as well, right? Like the Nordic gods. Like, what happens when he visits the other gods and he kills all of them? How about he visits... Imagine if they were to make a God of War game killing Jesus. That would be insane. And I would be down for that because, again... Oh. What is this? Huh? I'm not controlling this. Who's dragging me? Is that supposed to be blood? Yeah, that's blood. That is Robo blood. Oh, and our memory is missing. Well, we don't have our memory, so this is like part of our memory. Maybe the last thing that is coming back to this beautiful little lady. Well, she's not that short. I shouldn't call her little. She's short compared to the really tall lady over there in the back. The sunset in Sunio is chef's kiss. It is beautiful, yeah. You don't have to go all the way to Santorini for a beautiful sunset in Greece. You can just go half an hour to Sunio and trust me, you're gonna have a lovely, lovely time. Oh, I guess you follow DPG as well because he does post about that pretty often. I don't, but I've seen a lot of sunset images that he's... a lot of sunset stories that people have been sharing from Sunio. No more Artemis simping? Why not? Oh yeah, because Kratos killed her. She was really hot now, wasn't she? Athena was pretty hot as well. Athena. Everybody was hot, I'm telling you, man. The Greek pantheon was the best. We need luminous diamond. I see. Hello, sir. Are you an enemy? No, you're not.
Welcome, traveler from afar.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Kayan, a merchant from the Moose Caravan.
You got a nice beard.
I'm here to do some business and
Kratos had a real issue with divine authority, man.
take a look.
Daddy
Dear
issues.
customer.
Like in the games, Zeus was supposed to be his father, right? Big daddy issues. Understandably so. Zeus is not a good... was not a good... I was to say a good person, but he's not a good... he's not a person. He's a god. And who decides who is a good god or not? So I shouldn't say he wasn't a good god. I don't know. Zeus was Zeus. You know what that means. Oh, I can get mud balls. Oh, salted mud balls. Interesting.
Are you from outside the wall, dear customer?
The wall?
Yes.
The Necros are invading and clashing with the church. You look armed to the teeth.
Is Donald Trump gonna show up in here?
I'm heading to
What are
the
we
city.
doing?
Entering the city at this time isn't the wisest.
That guy has an American accent as well.
Necros are coming in full force. I heard the church is losing grounds and struggling to defend
The church?
Ethereum Mansion.
Oh no.
that my words don't daunt you in the slightest way. You must be determined.
No, she must be a robot. Right?
I wonder if my apprentice is still alive.
Oh, should I go on a fetch quest to see if he's alive? I'm starting in the Bloodborne movie. I'm starring in the Bloodborne movie. Really, Blade? Isn't the Bloodborne movie an animated movie? How are you? Are you an animated character in real life? How does that work?
Unfortunately, just as he left,
What do you mean?
arrived. I haven't heard from him since.
I'm Jacksepticeye? Ah, that's right.
I'll keep an eye out for
Sorry, I
it.
forgot about that.
Thank you so
Congratulations,
much,
Jack.
customer.
I hope you do a good job with the movie, though. I am skeptical about the movie and, you know, the fact that a lot of my franchises, the franchises that I love, not mine, have been commercialized to death. And, you know, a lot of people have taken them and pissed on them. People are pissing on the on the grave of Homerus and the Odyssey now, but I hope you do a good job with Bloodborne. I'm letting Miyazaki be in it. I see, I see. So it's gonna be fine. I don't trust you. But I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, okay? I don't trust that it's gonna be good. But I am willing to give it a fair shot when it eventually hits the theaters. But you only get one shot. I'm tired of having every single piece of fiction that I'm a fan of destroyed and colonized by modern politics. Don't do that. Thank you. I know you're a big fan of Bloodborne though, so that doesn't mean anything, sadly. Other fans of projects have taken over the projects and have done them 10 times worse than the originals were. So, the fact that people are fans of a specific project does not really make me confident on the project itself. Hello.
Miss, did you come across a fisherman with a pointy hat downstairs?
Did I?
He
I guess not.
Returned.
Downstairs. So, was I downstairs or was I upstairs? I'm not really sure. Oh, who are you? You look really cool. Whoa, those blades. Look at that. Is that sexualizing male characters? Dirty. Dirty. The Melon Lord is back. What? Who's the Melon Lord? What is that in reference to?
Seeking death, huh?
That guy looks like a main character.
Or perhaps a pilgrimage?
I'm searching.
I'm not a guy, I'm a girl, dude. Do you see the booba?
Then you sure know how to pick the perfect timing. The Necros have invaded, and down there is a full-blown battlefield now. But where there's war, there are prophets.
So I was not down. I'm gonna go
Both
down.
sides suffer heavy losses, and then we'll swoop in and finish them off, not leaving a single one alive.
Now that's a businessman. No, I haven't seen the Avatar. I have not watched the Avatar. Maybe that's why I don't get the reference. Sorry. The only Avatar I've watched is the live action one. I know, I'm sorry. Another stabilizer. I haven't been using them at all. Probably not gonna keep using them. So I need to go down there, right? So I go down there. I find someone with a pointy hat and the lady... I come back to that lady. Okay, will do. This is probably it. There's a door somewhere here? No. How do I get down there if there's no door? I'm confused. You need to watch Avatar The Last Airbender, man. I know. I need to watch it. That is very true. And I want to at some point. I just need to start. I just need to be in the mood to start doing it. Wait, maybe that is down there. Maybe I just go, literally just go down. Where's the enemy? I can hear it. Oh, in here maybe? No? A mud ball. Hey. Oh, there's one over there too. It's fine. Looks like Geralt, speaks like Geralt, must be Geralt. For sure. For sure. Wait, who looks like Geralt? That guy? The guy that had no shirt? He absolutely doesn't. I pressed X to dodge. Monster Hunter controls. Don't worry about it. What does X do in this game? Nothing. I should never press X. Blood of the Dawnwalker looks really cool, by the way. I watched a couple of people that got the chance to play the game. The tutorial of the game, at least. The first, let's say, hour, maybe. And it seems like there are two ways you can play the game. You can play daytime with normal combat and decisions and, you know, charisma and stuff. And you can also play it stealth at nighttime when you're a vampire. It sounds really cool. Also, it seems like days are gonna go by, and when you do missions or when you do stuff, time actually passes. So, you know, you either do or you do not do some things, and that has an impact in the story, which I find very, very exciting. Come on, bald hunter. I'm not bald! Dude, this is hair. Like, I know that, again, it's receding, sure, but it's still hair. I have a lot. Quite a lot. Wait. Wait. Okay, this is not breakable. I knew it. Of course. Of course. Okay, this doesn't open? Good. Luminous carbon. Isn't that what I needed? I needed something luminous. Hopefully it was carbon. Okay, this is where I came from. What about this way? Oh, an item. Magnetic Surge. I don't know what that is. We'll figure it out. I watched some of my go-to RPG content creators play Dawnwalker. It seemed cool, although I'm not a big fan of the vampire genre. I'm not a huge fan of the vampire genre, but if they can make a phenomenal RPG out of a vampire story, and they can actually make the vampire stuff mean something, and they can make something original with it, I'm all in. I'm all in for it, man. Oh, those things, understandable. Oh no, I should have seen that coming. You just need to start attacking this guy. Once you start attacking him, he's dead. Those are the things that make the noise. Wait. I'm pretty mad about that. But okay. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of the vampire games, but this is medieval Europe with fantasy elements with vampires, and if they can make the vampire thing into a unique mechanic that gives me even more ways to play the game and enjoy it, I'm down. By the way, I am dead here. I'm straight up 100% verified dead. But it's okay. We're close. How can a veteran bald hunter nearly die to a bomb? I'm bad. The fact that I'm a veteran, that I've played a lot of these games, doesn't mean that I'm good at them. It means that I'm bad at them. Still. Although I'm definitely better than what I was when I started playing. And these games have changed my palette, let's say. My gaming palette. So much, but in a good way. I've evolved. My tastes have evolved. Over the years. Yeah, let's be careful. Not one hit, okay? We don't get hit. Oh, +1. That's death. Hey, it's working. Haven't died yet. I think that was my first death, wasn't it? Okay. I'm a fan of the Witcher series, how this Witcher series portrays vampires, mostly otherworldly and alien in the true form. The more goth and emo elements they put in vampire game, the less I like it. Yeah, but this serves a purpose, like mechanically. It is like you have a double life. It kind of reminds me of Persona in a lot of ways. Like different gameplay during the day, different gameplay during the night. And that duality in Persona, it is like my favorite things about these games. And one side of the coin actually reflects on the other. Like you do things in the day and those are probably working in your favor at night and the other way around. So I think it's a really interesting concept that if done well, Blood of the Dawnwalker can prove to be an incredibly interesting RPG. A phenomenal game that is very unique. Maybe not perfect, maybe not for everyone, but that's not the point. More interesting games that do really cool things is what I want from the video games industry. Let's let that guy alone. Oh, those things explode no matter what. Okay. I see. Hello. Don't worry about me. Just passing through. Trying to figure out where to go. But I agree, I did like The Witcher, how The Witcher portrayed the vampires. But the vampires were just supposed to be enemies, essentially, for the most part. Like a more classic portrayal of the vampires, you know, the monsters that some of them very rarely have control over their bloodthirst, but usually not. Where is that? Oh, we'll find out. Salted mud ball. Okay. Why do I not have them, the mud balls over here? No, I don't want to use it. I want to put it as an item to use with square. How do I do that? It should have already been registered, no? Oh, this is what I need. I need luminous diamond, not carbon. That's weird. I'll figure it out then, like, at some point. Persona, the Persona dichotomy sounds awesome, but I was always put off by the high school setting and never tried the games. You know what? A lot of people have said the same thing, and to be honest with you, I was kind of similar before I played Persona 5. But the high school setting is just a nice counterbalance to what they do at night. it is really cool. It is really cool. Like, it's not everyone's cup of tea. And if you don't like that, actually, there's Metaphor ReFantasio from the same company. It's a medieval fantasy game, a medieval high fantasy game that has a similar formula to Persona, but it has nothing to do with high school. It's just medieval fantasy, different new races, politics, interesting stuff in a fantasy land. It's really, really cool. Metaphor ReFantasio. If you don't like Persona for the high school setting, you can try out Metaphor ReFantasio, but I would also give a shot to Persona at some point. Like, you can find Persona 5 for 10 to 15 bucks, like very cheap nowadays. I can tell you that it's well worth your time. Well worth your time. Like, you don't have to be in high school to enjoy it. You just have to, you know, like, you immerse yourself and you suspend your disbelief and kind of immerse yourself in a fantasy world. Well, same way you immerse yourself in a fantasy world where you believe you're a teenager again. I know Metaphor ReFantasio, it's been recommended to me by multiple times, so I'll probably try it eventually. It is really good. And the RPG systems that Metaphor ReFantasio has are phenomenal. They kind of mixed in the Final Fantasy class system with the Persona mix and matching of, like, the Personas. It is really good. I would very highly recommend you try it out, yes. It is one of the games that I am trying to get my hands on physically as well. I want to get that. I want to get that physical copy of Metaphor ReFantasio, because it is one of my favorite games this past 5 years that have come out this past 5 years. Very underrated, I would say, because people don't talk about it as much. Deserves to sell more for what it does, but people don't give it enough of a chance, because it's turn-based combat mostly, like command-based, like menu-based combat, whatever you want to call it, right? But it's not about the combat itself, it's about how the combat complements the systems, and the systems are incredible. Get moving. Why are you calling me that? That's another reference probably that I don't get. What is this? This looks like a zipline. Yeah, that's what it is. So I need to find someone with a pointy hat. Remember that. Although all these people have pointy hats, kind of. And they're all dead because I killed them. I don't know if that matters. So Persona's like Combat High School Simulator? No. I missed half of the debate. It's not a debate. We're just talking. Immerse yourself in your teenage past. For some reason, my dreams during REM sleep take place in high school. You just play Persona. So the Persona series, okay. Do you guys want to go on a little bit of an exploration about what Persona is? Like, really what it is, not necessarily what, you know, like, I don't know, someone that hates, like, JRPGs thinks Persona is. Because there's a lot of propaganda around Persona, around what it is. Like, a lot of people say that they don't like Persona because of the high school setting and they prefer much darker things. Persona is very dark. Persona 5 is extremely dark. Persona 3's theme, well, the way Persona 5 starts, the tutorial dungeon, let's say, of Persona 5, deals with very, very uncomfortable things. Things that make adults comfortable, not kids uncomfortable. Persona 3 deals with death. Persona 3's theme is how to cope with death, essentially. Is death the game? Just the fact that it has, like, high school students, like, basically learning from their experiences has nothing to do with the game, though. Like, with the point of the game. If that makes any sense. Explain, elaborate, expagine and explain. 2 times. Explore, sir. Okay, 1 second. I'm a D&D and Baldur's Gate fan. Turn-based is my jam. Yeah, you say that, but a lot of people tend to think that it's very different. The only difference is that the POV. Nothing else is different. It's another Avatar reference. I don't get the Avatar references. Okay, let me think. How can I show you what Persona is? So Persona is a franchise where you get to live a double life, okay? You are in a high school setting Oh man, should I just play a Persona game in order to show you guys? Do you guys want to play Persona 3 Reload at some point? Maybe after this. So we'll play Persona 3 Reloaded. I just show you one of the best Persona stories and one of the best Persona games because it is the remake of Persona 3, but it's a faithful remake of Persona 3. So I think it's well worth a playthrough. Although I'm thinking of playing this on my JRPG channel, not here. Because, like, in this one I play mostly Western, even though this is not Western, this is Eastern, but mostly Western action RPG games. I don't play turn-based RPGs here. I play turn-based RPGs on my other channel, on Kira FG Quest. Which now I'm playing Legend of Dragoon. Now I'm playing Legend of Dragoon. I was always curious about Persona. Are you subscribed on the JRPG channel, Mike? I've been playing a very interesting game there as well. I'm playing games there on the weekends. Saturdays and Sundays. I was playing the Yakuza games, now I'm playing Legend of Dragoon. The next game is either going to be Persona 3 Reload or Yakuza 3. Because I've played 4 Yakuza games already. But I just cannot fit it here. Although this channel would be better because Persona is like a huge game. Should I fit it in this channel? I don't know. It would be... I don't know. This is a cel-shaded RPG. It's just action, not turn-based. So this is not that far from Persona. But the JRPGs, that's why I created the other channel for. But it's only 2 days. Nah. I'll play it on the other channel. Here, FG Quest. It's in the description. Wait, is it? Might not be. Well, if you do exclamation mark JRPG or something, it's there. Yeah, I need to do a better job, but making it easy for people to find the other channel. Let's see. Let's do... Does this work? I'm pretty sure there's a command that should work for the other channel. But I'm so bad at remembering those. Do you see why we have single digits of viewers? There's a reason. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Well, the bot pops up, you know, usually and just says some things. Now, let me see. But now it's not doing it. Come on, Twinkle Toes. Shut up with the Twinkle Toes thing. There is no Twinkle Toes. Oh, I guess it's an English show. So, yeah. It's not anime. I forgot about that. Okay, 1 second. Let's go to the bot and see the commands. There should be a command for the channel, right? Surely. Surely! But yeah, I found a copy of Persona 3 Reload for like 20 bucks. If I actually get it at that price, we'll play it. But I'm gonna play it on my PlayStation 5. I'm gonna play it physically. I don't want to buy it digitally. That's my biggest problem. That has been my biggest problem with that game. It goes on sale very often for a good price, but I don't want to buy it digitally. I want to buy it physically. Okay, commands. Let's see. Nope, there isn't. And I'm pretty sure it's not in the description either. Let me check. No, it's not. Of course it's not. Now, let me... I found it. That was a difficult thing though, right? Well, it's youtube.com/@KiraFGQuest, I'm pretty sure. So it's easy to find in terms of the name. But let me just post it here too. Like from time to time, the bot says looking for JRPG goodness, and links the channel. But yeah, that is the channel. If you guys want to sub, I play JRPGs there all day, like every weekend. Now let me turn this off. You know what? Another thing that makes me mad: people not understanding that Yabusele is here. Yabusele is here to play as a 5, because that's the position that he's better at playing right now, and the position that Obradovic wants him to play as. People that they just cannot comprehend that. Those people make me mad as well, for different reasons. There we go. Click on the channel name as it appears now, then hit more and it's in the links. Oh yeah, I always have it there, but people don't go all the way over there to do that. That is like a lot of extra steps that most people don't do. I want to have it in the description always, but I sometimes forget to put it there.
Must be opened from the other side.
Ah, wait, but what about the other door in the previous area? Oh, come on, there's another door in the previous area that I haven't opened. I need to go back. There's another door that I haven't opened and I don't know how to open. Slendy says there's a weapon. No, but if it's a weapon that Slendy says he played with, that means that it's a katana or something like that. I don't want to play with that type of weapon. It was definitely not a strength weapon. No, because he said he played strength in this game. Oh, I'm putting one and one together. Yeah, Busele is a 5 is a good idea, but rebounding might be a problem. No. Is rebounding a problem for Lesor? Was rebounding a problem for Mike Batiste? No. Rebounding is mostly about positioning. And we also have Mustafa Fall for that. We have Juancho Hernan Gomez for that. We are a very athletic team, and we have no problem with rebounding. You know why we had rebounding problems? Because they were not fucking positioning well. They were not boxing out. It is incredible that professional athletes that are being paid more than 2 million a year were not boxing out. I think they were doing it because they didn't want the coach to stay. I think they were just trying to get him to leave. I cannot in my right mind believe that they don't know how to box out, because they were not boxing out. That's why we had a problem with rebounds. I think they were doing it on purpose to... There we go. To get rid of Ergin Ataman. Because of the things that he's said and the things that he's done. Like, you know them. Lesort can sky. Yabusele is excellent at boxing out. Big putt for the win. Yeah. But he doesn't go after them. He will go after them when he's gonna play in the 5 position. He will have to. And it will be much easier to box out and go after a rebound in Europe than it was in the NBA. And he could even do it in the NBA. In a way more athletic league. So he will be 100% good. And again, worst case scenario, he plays with Juancho or with Nigel Hayes Davies at the 4, which he is going to play with them. And with Bonga at 3, people that can box out pretty much everyone and can get a rebound. So there's not going to be a problem with rebounds in Panathinaikos this year. Lesor is also incredible. And Mustafa Fall, well, he never had problems with the rebounding. Oh. Unfortunately, Greece hasn't attended the World Cup in like a decade, since 2014. Let me think about that. I think that's true. I think that's true. Yeah, we suck. We suck in football, we suck in basketball, we suck in everything. Because Greece, in athleticism, that is the Greek word, sorry. That's not how you use it in English. In sports, Greece sucks. Because we have nothing. Have no infrastructure. We got no mind to play games. The only thing we want to do is make money and win. That's not a good attitude to develop talent. I think a stretch 5 next to Yabusele would be ideal. Yabusele is the stretch 5. He has 41% from the 3-point. He had 39% in the NBA and he had 41 or 42% his last year in the EuroLeague. He's a stretch 5. That's why he's here. He's here to be a stretch 5, essentially. I like our new generation of football talent. We just need to find a good coach. No, the coach is good. I think it's about the talent. I think they're not, what do you call it? They're not, wait. Like, talent is good, but they're not working enough to preserve and, you know, do something with the talent that they have. It's not that they don't have talent, it's just they don't work with it. They don't work enough with it. They're too complacent. They don't have any... I cannot think of the word in Greek or in English right now because my brain is lagged. My brain's lagging. Please, please, please get in my head and think of the word that I want to say. I'm talking pure football talent, professionalism, and work ethic will always be an issue with Greeks. Yeah. And not only that. Self-discipline. Self-discipline. They don't have any. They don't have shit. That is the biggest thing that the biggest stars in Greek football had. And working with each other. You know, being proud to play for the national teams in football and mainly in basketball. Where for some reason we're playing, I don't know what we're playing. I don't even know what the game is in basketball. Where they don't, nah, they're too good to go up against Portugal. They're too good to go up against Romania. We deserved those 2 losses so much, dude. We deserve those losses so much. Basketball in Greece specifically, but basketball is the only sport where the Greek people, for some reason, see it as the mandatory military thing, like a service, like a mandatory service. They see it as a service. They don't see it as an honor. Playing for the basketball team, I don't understand. I do not understand. It should be their honor to wear the national colors and play for the national team. And again, I'm sorry to say like a word like this. Like, I'm sorry, like if you have kids, like take them away from the PC for a bit. But those fucking retards that I see online saying that, oh, the players they are just being good professionals. They look after their career. In every sport, the people that play for the national teams are professionals. Why is that only a thing that happens in basketball? Why is it only in basketball? And why only in Greece, or primarily in Greece? Self-discipline. We should hire Karagounis as a coach. Dude worked his ass off. There are no football players like that anymore. Like Karagounis, Katsouranis, Delas, Kapsis, Aristeas, Angelos Aristeas, Vasinas. That golden team back then. But I don't think it's a coach thing. I don't think it's a coach thing. I think it's entitlement on the new talents end. They think they're entitled to everything. It's a general problem. I talked about entitlement like earlier. Like, workers feel like they're entitled to have work and to get paid and all that. You know, the entitlement of, you cannot fire me. If you fire me, then what's gonna happen? Like, people don't get fired. I am entitled to have this job. The same way that some kids feel entitled. I say kids, they're adults, but you know what I mean. Entitled to, you know, time, playing the game, to be in the first team, entitled to get paid a lot of money, entitled to not go and play for the national team because they make a lot of money and supposedly their careers justify the fact that they are allowed to not play with Portugal or with any other club or with any other team for some reason. They're too good and they make too much money to play with the national team. The only reason why it should be acceptable a player to not play for the national team is an injury. We don't mess around with injuries, but any other case of someone trying to not play for the national team should be unacceptable. Unacceptable. And the fact that they're trying to hide the people that don't want to play for the national team is even more annoying. You call all of them every single time. The ones who publicly refuse, everybody needs to know. That's pretty much it. We need to know who doesn't want to play for the national team. The national team is not the coach's team. It's not the stars team. It's not the head of the Greek Federation, Basketball Federation's team. It's the people's team. It's the Greek people's team. The same thing with every national team in the world. You don't get to do whatever the fuck you want with a national team. You don't put your good, your, what do you call it? Your well-being, not your well-being. You should put your well-being above it, okay? Like if you're injured, of course you shouldn't play. But you don't get to put anything other than an injury above the national team and above the people that you're supposed to be representing. I don't think there's a good aura about the Greek national football team program. A lot of corruption. Oh. Another Tuesday. Another Tuesday in Greece. A lot of corruption and inept executives hanging around. They make everything less serious. The same thing with basketball. But I've given up on football a long time ago. I've given up on Greek football a long time ago. I've given up on Greek football in general a long time ago because I've seen how they act, how they work. I've seen the attitude that they have towards each other, towards their coaches, the coaches towards the kids, everybody towards everyone. It is just a joke. It is try to get into a good position, make easy money, and then run away. But anyway, if the national team calls, you go. And we need to make the national team calls, all of them, because I'm pretty sure that the public national team calls are not the actual ones. The actual ones are behind the scenes, a message, you know, the usual Greek thing, like, do you want to come? You know, are you okay? Coach, I don't know, my left ball hurts a little bit. So could you please not even ask publicly for me to come, because I'm not gonna come. So please do me the favor. I don't want a PR problem. Like, okay, sure. Like favoritism. That is what's been happening in the Greek national team. Every single basketball player needs to be available and needs to be called upon. And if they don't come, we see who doesn't want to play in the national team, and then we call the backups. But you call everyone, so we can see who doesn't want to play for the national team. We want to see who wants or who doesn't want to represent the national team. The poster boy for that attitude, Kostas Mitroglou. Dude, Mitroglou. Dude, like, he would even wait for practice to be over to hit the pitch or the club. I don't know what Mitroglou did, to be honest with you. I have no idea. Mitroglou played for Olympiacos like 10 years ago, right? Like in the early 2000s, the late 2000s, early 2010s. Kostas Mitroglou. But I don't know what he was doing in Olympiacos. Like, at that point, I did... what do you call it? I did follow football, Greek football, and Panathinaikos, of course. But I did not mind with what other people were doing in the other teams. What I cared about was what my team was doing. So I don't know a lot about what Mitroglou or other people did back in the day, unfortunately. Because, you know, I was never, not unfortunately, fortunately, because I was never into gossip and stuff like that. I don't care about it even now. Like, the only thing that was a little bit baffling to me, and one of the very few times that I cared about what Olympiacos, for example, was doing, is when the Aggelopoulos brother came out and said that stupid thing that he said the other day. Like, oh, people after a season, they want to, you know, make more money, they want to have a better contract, but when they are not playing well, they're getting the same money. That is how contracts work. That's how they work, and when they run out, and I agree that when the contract hasn't expired yet, the athletes shouldn't ask for more money. When the contract expires, then you ask for more money, and you have a new contract. But in the case of Thomas Walkup, the contract is basically expired. They have a +1 option, but that +1 option could just not be fulfilled. He is renegotiating his contract because his old contract is expired. So, yes, you can say that what Dorsey is doing is not cool. I don't like it either. But Thomas Walkup, they're negotiating with him. That's one. And two, how on earth do you not just give Papanikolaou everything? You want a 2-year contract with 1 million? That's your leader. This guy has played for nothing, for free, on the for Olympiacos, and he's bled with that shirt of Olympiacos and of the national team. And you disrespect him by denying him a 2-year contract to end his career at the age of 35? That is disgusting. The guy was willing to probably play for 500,000 euros on a 2-year contract, which is disgustingly low. It is nothing. How are they even thinking of letting him, like, giving him a contract like that? Like, for me, that's disgusting. But that's like the only time, and I actually argue for an athlete of Olympiacos. I just think that what the owners are doing right now, some of the things that the owners are doing right now, just hurt Olympiacos as a whole. And I don't want to see that. I want Olympiacos to be healthy. And I want my team to be healthy, and I want Aris and Ike and Pauk to be healthy and really strong, so we can see a really good Greek league, and for the Greek teams to achieve great things in like national and international basketball. Mitroglou was scoring a goal with Yat Fulham and then could not secure starting 11 position for good. It says it all. Yeah, no work ethic. Great talent. I remember Mitroglou was a great talent. I just didn't know what he was doing outside of, like, football, like outside of the football field. Never bothered to learn. He never played for Panathinaikos, so I didn't really care. Who shot at me? Who was shooting? Oh! I didn't see this guy earlier. Okay. Give me that. That's nice positioning, right? Because you don't see this area, right? So you would have missed that item. But they put a guy here to shoot you that achieves 2 goals. First, does damage to you. Lets you know that it's not safe. Second, gets you here and shows you that there might be an item over there. If you're not blind, you're gonna get it. It's nice. Walkup is more Greek than most pure Greeks. Yes. Also, which again, that is a problem that the Greek Federation has created. Because you have to have 6 Greek people. Just, no limit, no Greek people. If you want to let the Olympiacos and Panathinaikos play with no Greek people, so the Greek people will go to other teams and they will get contracts and play games on the other teams, because we have actors thinking that they deserve big contracts just to be on a bench here in Greece. More Greek people are gonna play if there is no limit on the Greek people than now with the limit existing. more Greek people are gonna play if Olympiacos and Panathinaikos don't buy all the good Greek talent and keeping them on the bench. They should go to Mykonos, to AEK, to Aris, to PAOK, to Peristeri, to everywhere else to play good minutes and evolve as players, become better players, and that's how you save the national team as well, because it's not a lack of talent that we have, it's a lack of play time. That's the biggest problem that the national team has. The national team players, except from the big ones that don't want to come to the national team, well, some of them can, some of them want, some of them don't want, but that's, again, that's a different conversation. But a lot of them don't get playtime, and the only reason why they don't get playtime is because they are chilling in the bench. They don't even want to play sometimes. They just want to stay there, get the bucks, get the like 200,000-300,000 euros per year, and just chill and don't do anything, living the best life. And then they're getting called in the national team and they cannot play 3 minutes until they start, you know, gasping for air. At least send them out of loan alone for a couple of years. They've been doing that. That doesn't do anything. Then they come back from the loan and they still don't get minutes. That doesn't do anything. Again, the Greek Basketball Federation has put a limit of 6 Greek people in the Greek league, right? Get rid of the limit. Then all the Greek people that have been getting stupid money to just sit on a bench will actually have to play minutes in like smaller teams and develop in smaller teams. And then maybe we will actually have a proper national team. Because just keeping them in the team and paying them as like they're on, what do you call it? Like they're on a paid leave essentially all the time. That's not how you build a basketball culture, and that's not how you cultivate talent. You cultivate talent through investment on your talent. Having them on the bench and giving them money for doing nothing is not an investment. I am of the opinion that they absolutely need to do that. Get rid of the limit. It's doing more harm than good. It's not doing any good, actually. Can they come down? No. Okay, I'm gonna stay down. What is this X thing that I see? I don't know.
Must be opened from the other side.
Oh my god. But yeah. They, like, the Greek Basketball Federation is just ruining basketball for Greece, ironically. It has been for a very, very long time. And we'll keep doing it. Because they don't have the balls to make a proper decision. Argentina's gonna win? Are you talking about the World Cup? Maybe. I don't know. Like, every team has basically the same chances at this point. They're all decent. They play decent football. I'm dead. I got Luminous Diamond, though. But I am tired of the World Cup, man. I'm tired. Like, that... I don't even watch it anymore. Like, that... situation that happened with Belgium, that was like made it clear to me that it's not worth it. This is just a waste of time to even watch it. Like the levels of corruption we're talking about are like immense. I'm actually doing them a favor to watch them. I'm not watching that bullshit that they call the World Cup. It's not the World Cup. It's the America Cup. They do whatever the fuck they want. And whoever they like gets calls. Nothing is secret anymore. They can change... If you watch a tournament that is allowed to change a decision like what? Like the thing that happened with the US? Like what is even that? What is even the point of watching that? There are no laws, there are no rules, there is nothing that is being enforced. Nothing is sacred, nothing is... Like, they respect nothing. What is the point of watching a sport like that? I'm familiar with, like, you know, the American mentality of it's all about money, nothing else. But in Europe, it's mostly not about that. It is about that as well, because they are, you know, there are people that are getting paid to do their jobs, but sports were never primarily about the money. But now we're gaslit to think that it always has been like that, right? If Messi's don't feel... if Messi's feet don't fall off at this age, nah, he's gonna be fine. It's probably the last World Cup that Messi can play, but he's gonna be fine in this World Cup. And he's actually been pretty credible. I swear if Donald is the one who hands out the World Cup trophy of the winner, I'm quitting too. But you're quitting what? You've already seen it until the end. You've already watched it until the end at that point. I did that. There's nothing here. Only watch the highlights? Nah. I don't care anymore. Like, when I watch the highlights, it means I care. I really, really don't care. I consider it to be a big waste of time. And this is the first World Cup that I actually find it actively be a waste of time. This is the first time. It is the worst World Cup that has ever happened. And it was really sad. Do you know what my opinion of the World Cup in America was 2 years ago? I was really excited about America hosting the World Cup because, like, everybody in the US that are not familiar with football, they would see what makes football good. They would see the passion that players play for their national teams and, like, how entertaining football can be when the fans get really into it. You know, with all the Brazilian fans and, like, the Portuguese fans and the, like, fans from the Netherlands and from everywhere around the world supporting their team through thick and thin. And that is what the World Cup is all about, you know, like, inspire the younger generation through winning the title and have that national pride in your, like, local product, your local sport. But now I see that I was very naive, and the only thing that happened is that instead of the sport changing America's perspective on the sport, what happened is that America just fucked the sport. The American mentality, the money, everything, just fucked it. And you will see the repercussions of this FIFA World Cup in maybe in the long run, maybe 5 years down the road. You will see. Suddenly, all Ronaldo fans starting cheering for Egypt. Who cares, man? Like, Ronaldo fans, like, the fact that in football there are people that support specific players and only the players. Like Ronaldo fans, Messi fans, like Neymar fans. I find that very cringe. Like, what are you, fun girls? Like, come on. Like, the whole Ronaldo fan, Messi fan, like, again, Neymar fan, all that bullshit. Like, they act like they're their cheerleaders. It's weird. It's very cringe. I don't like it in general. For Ronaldo, for Messi, for anyone. They're part of a team. And they might be great players, but football is a team sport. It's not tennis. Tennis is not a team sport, for those who don't know. I find it fun seeing them fight. I don't. I found it fun 10 years ago. It's been going on for too long. They're, like, both sides are so stupid. I'm just tired of it, basically. Oh, that was a good dodge. I'm very, very much tired of it. Oh, this is where the people were attacking me. So where should I go? Should I go this way? Oh, let's explore. What are you looking at here? What do we have over here? Player-only fans make some sense in basketball because a single player can be a huge difference, but in football it makes little sense. There are like football players that can make a big difference, but there is no single player that can carry the entire team, with very few exceptions historically. And even those few exceptions, they don't last for every single game. They're not incredible in every single game. And those teams can also lose. In basketball, and specifically in America in basketball, there are some teams that at some point, like after a point, you can see that they were gonna win the whole thing. Or at least, I don't think that's the case nowadays, but maybe the past like 10 years, you could see that they're gonna win. From the momentum, from the players they have, and because they are they're franchises and they are player-centric. Football has never been player-centric. It's all about the names to a certain extent, but that doesn't go beyond the teams. Never a player is above a team. Never. It's all about the team succeeding, and maybe a player leading the team to succeed, but it's all about the team succeeding, not the player. So I've always found it extremely cringe, and I don't use this word lightly, when I saw people fangirling over Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi and Neymar and everybody else. Like, I will tell you right now, my favorite football player of all time is Ronaldinho. I think that he is a football god, that nobody will ever come close to what he presented when he was playing the game. Nothing will ever come close to what Ronaldinho was. No one, nothing, and never. Having said that, I'm not gonna go to war about my opinion about this. You guys can think that somebody else is better. You might appreciate somebody else. You might be wrong. But I don't care what you think. I have my opinion. You can have your own. I'm not a Ronaldinho fan. I'm a football fan, and I just think Ronaldinho was by far and beyond the best football player that has ever graced the football fields. Wait, so Bloodborne you're playing, if not for the first time, isn't it on PC? This is not Bloodborne, guys. Why? I've seen that twice. This is not Bloodborne. This is AI Limit. The title says, if Bloodborne and Nier Automata had a baby. Do you not read past the second word? What's wrong with you? I gotta say, I really look... Wait. This really looks like a good game. Damn, it is a good game. It is so far. I will say, though, Ron, the bosses are quite easy. I've never died to a boss in this game so far. I'm pretty sure. Besides the tutorial boss. But that was the tutorial and I didn't know how to play the game. But I haven't died a single time, at least, I think. Oh, wait, +1. I died to the ads, but I don't die to the game itself. Oh, 22, probably. Formula? Not a team sport. Not a team sport. But yeah, this game is really good. So far, I've enjoyed this game immensely. That's why I keep playing it. It's really good. That's why I appreciated Messi more than Ronaldo. Even though I prefer CR7's speed and power playstyle more, Messi always looked like a team guy first to me. He was. He was with Barcelona. I don't know what he's doing right now in like the United States, to be honest with you, but he was a team player first. He would get 3 players on him and then pass the ball. Could it be like, you can have your wrong opinion? Yeah, like we might not agree and you might objectively be wrong because you don't understand what the sport of football is about. It's people coming together to like enjoy incredible, like people playing an incredible game and, you know, like making it as fun as possible as well is part of it. And Ronaldinho made it the most fun to watch the history has ever been in the history of football. Sorry, the sport has ever been in the history of football. thought it's Bloodborne, but wearing a 2B skin? No, because... Have you ever played Bloodborne, Trunks? Like, when I say it's Bloodborne, I don't mean it literally in the sense that, oh, look, it's Victorian era gothic horror. Like, some mechanics, the way the game feels when you dodge, you know, the things that it has... Like, some stuff like that feel like Bloodborne. The fact that there are hunters, quote-unquote, like in Bloodborne, in this game, there are a lot of Bloodborne inspirations. The parry is also a Bloodborne inspiration, because it is consumable, as I think Steffi was the one that said it yesterday, and that was a really good observation. Like, in those senses, it is like Bloodborne, but I'm not using any of these. And you haven't seen them today. So what are you talking about? What do you mean? No man, I ain't buying a whole console to play one game. Maybe I will emulate it. Don't emulate it, and don't buy the console and don't play it. If you don't have the console and you're not willing to buy the console, it's an exclusive game. Sorry. Don't buy the console, don't play the game. Why do you have to play it? The game is for the people that own a PlayStation. If you don't own a PlayStation, just don't play the game. You don't have to play it. You don't have to play every single game. You're not entitled to play any game that is not available illegally for you. That is how it works. I can. That doesn't mean that you should. Because it's against the law. Because we all know how you're gonna get your hands on that. The fact that you can doesn't mean that you should. I'm not saying that you can't, I'm saying you shouldn't. Let's be careful here. Oh, there's two. Oh yeah, I forgot. I ignored these guys. I ignored these guys. I forgot. I just ran away from these guys. Yeah. They're very annoying. I'm not gonna sit here and try to kill both of them. No. But I unlocked the shortcut. Unlocked this shortcut. Yay. What a warrior death sound. Oh, yeah, it is, right? It's definitely more of a warrior death sound that I would have in real life, I'll tell you that. I would scream like a 5-year-old girl, probably. If I was to fall down like that. Like, her sound, her death sound is much more manly than anything that I could have had. Miyazaki wanted to post it on PC as well. Really? You know Miyazaki personally and you know that? Yet Sony paid the rights to be exclusives. No, that's not the problem. Same company that sold physical discs. Trunks, you have your facts backwards. First of all, Miyazaki has never said that he wanted to put it on PC. Second of all, that's how exclusivity works. When they developed the game, FromSoft co-developed Bloodborne with Japan Studios. Japan Studios is a Sony exclusive first party. So when the game was co-developed, that takes some stress away from FromSoft, right? But what they have to pay back is the exclusivity, and they agreed to it. They signed the exclusivity deal. So it's not Sony's problem that basically FromSoft has given Sony and Japan Studios specifically the right to the IP. That is something that FromSoft did, chose to do it. They signed on it. So that's not on Sony, okay? And Sony keeping their exclusives, because they don't have a lot of good exclusives, that is a smart business decision. That is not anything that you can blame Sony for. Have a good exclusive, you don't want it to be anywhere else because there will be less of a reason for people to buy your own console. The physical disc situation has nothing to do with that. So you're just putting one on top of the other to make it look bad. It is really bad, the physical disc situation, and I've ranted about a lot of it. But don't get it confused with anything else. The Bloodborne situation has nothing to do with that. And none of those give you the right to pirate the game. Because that's what you're looking for. You're looking for excuses to pirate it. You don't have any. Okay? You don't have any. It's a console exclusive. You either have the console and play the game, or you don't have the console and you don't play the game. The consoles are still supported. That's how it works. If the consoles are not supported anymore, and there is literally no way for you to play the game physically, then sure. Preserve it any way you can. But only then. That's not what's happening now, though. So don't look for excuses. And if you look for excuses, I'm not gonna give you it. I thought they just do like Epic Games did with Alan Wake 2. The exclusivity. What did they do? They had it Epic Games exclusive, right? Yeah, but what does that have to do with it? Now, that's very different. That's very, very different. Like, that is a PC exclusivity that just... They didn't allow the game to exist on Steam. And that pretty much killed the game. But that was even, like... That was... It's not... It was a selling point for the store because they were trying to get people to download the Epic Games Store. But that didn't really work out for them because people just didn't buy the game. And they didn't buy... And the problem with the Epic Games Store is that it's a bad store. It's a bad storefront. That's all there is to it. It has nothing to do with, like, anything else. It's just bad. They were trying to fix a problem that does not exist. It's not the exclusives that is the problem of the Epic Games Store. It's the store itself. Because I thought our exclusives work like that because of the studio ownership? Nope. Doesn't. Again, when FromSoft made the Bloodborne with Japan Studios, the deal was it's gonna be a PlayStation exclusive. The same thing with Demon Souls. The deal was that it's gonna be exclusive to PlayStation. They signed off on that deal. Sony owns the IP. FromSoft doesn't. So it's not Sony's or FromSoft's fault or anybody's fault. Bloodborne isn't anywhere. It's just the circumstances. They signed off on a deal. They made an incredible game. If FromSoft did not have Japan Studios' help making Bloodborne, the game wouldn't have been as good. Either you believe it or not, it wouldn't be as good. If Sony didn't have Japan Studio help developing Demon Souls, that game wouldn't have been as good either. It would probably be trash. So, yes, the exclusivity sucks if you're not a PlayStation owner. But those games were good because there were a lot more resources put on them and a lot of risk was absorbed to make those games, to make them reality. And exclusivity was the price they had to pay at the time for that. So if they were not exclusives, there's a really big chance that they wouldn't be as good as they are. So, again, get a console to play those games and play those games. That's how it works. I will never condone piracy when you have a legal alternative. When you don't have a legal alternative, a physical ownership legal alternative, let's say that, an actual ownership legal alternative, then yeah, sure. Do your part to preserve the game because it's about preservation. The discussion changes to game preservation at that point. But when there is a physical or an ownership alternative that is legal, you should always go for that. That is my opinion. Understand? I'm glad that at least I'm like, what I'm saying is understood, because a lot of the times, I cannot properly convey what I'm oh my god. That's where he came from. A lot of the times I cannot properly convey what I'm saying. I don't know if it's my fault or like the person that I'm talking to is like that person's fault, but a lot of the times I'm not being understood. to a certain degree, that is the fault of the listener as well, because sometimes, and I've been guilty of that, like when I was much younger. But I did do that when I was very young. Like, I was not really listening to what people were saying when we were having discussions. I just waited for my turn to talk. And that is something that a lot of people do. And maybe even you do to a certain degree. Like, that is a habit that I had grown into, let's say, when I was younger. And when I realized that I was doing that because I had to, because of the work that I was doing, because of the job that I had, I needed to truly listen to the customer because the customer had a problem, and I needed to listen and empathize and understand in order to figure out the best solution to their problem. Like, that is what made me realize that, oh, wait, I'm not really listening to what they have to say. What I'm doing is that I'm letting them speak and then wait to tell my own thing. Wait for them to wait for them to stop talking so I can say my thing. And then my thing will go against their thing, and I'm right and they're wrong, and that's why they should listen. That's not how it works, though. So I see a lot of people do that. Online, offline, everywhere. And you know what? I catch myself doing it sometimes as well. Very rarely nowadays, and when I do it, I actually do catch myself doing it, and I'm like, oh, sorry, can you say that again, please? So I can properly, like, listen to what the person was saying. I do it reflexively because I forget what I want to say sometimes. I have a very short-term, like, stupid, like, kind of fish, what do you call it? Goldfish memory. So when we're having a discussion and I want to say something to the point that you're making, sometimes I forget it. So my reflex is, let me jump in, say what I want to say, and let the other person continue. But that's not what you should do. You should listen to what the other person has to say. And if the point that you had was good enough, then you will remember it and you will make it later. People are biased to their beliefs. Like, that's not a problem. Biases exist because people are different. Like, that's not something that you can help. But listening, truly listening and understanding what is being told to you, and not just waiting for your turn, is a skill that not a lot of people have nowadays. Like, it's actually a skill nowadays. You didn't do much while I was coming home. What do you mean? I did a lot. I've died a lot as well. Oh, +1. I've done a lot, sir. It is quite difficult to navigate, though, okay? I'm trying my best. Shut up. Yeah, so I gotta go through these two guys. So I'm not gonna kill them. I'm just gonna run past them. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, that happened again. It happened again. Yeah, this happened last time too. I unlocked this really great shortcut though. Okay. Give me a go. Is it true that call center jobs are hard? I don't know if that was the same customer situation. I've worked for, well, call centers. I guess I was, that one of them was a call center. I was working for a phone company, but I was working in the, they had what do you call it? Collectors department. So collections department. So we were calling from that company's department of debt collection. So I was calling people to say that, oh, you haven't paid your bills yet for like 2, 3, 4, 5 months, sometimes a year, sometimes 2 years, sometimes way longer. And you know, that is like a thing that you have to pay, you have to take care of. And a lot of the times people had legitimate problems and reasons why they couldn't pay it, or they hadn't paid it. And it was my job to figure out, first of all, if they were not bullshitting. Second of all, if they can actually pay, to what degree they can pay, and make sure that both the customer or the ex-customer and the company are happy, so the company are getting their money back, and the customer can pay their debt in a like normal fashion, in a human fashion, and for that interaction to be nice for both of us. for the customer talking to the company, because he was not talking to me, he was talking to the company, and for me talking with the customer, so me, the company, talking to the customer, and my, let's say, my name to not be sullied. Again, me, the company, because when you're calling on behalf of a company, you are the company. You're not a person. You have to remember that. When people curse you, they're not cursing you, they're cursing the company. I fell here more than I actually died. Yeah, it is true. Wait, let's do that. I failed that again. It's okay. I want to get the item and leave. That's what I want to do. So call center jobs are hard if you want to be good at your job. A lot of people don't care though. But when I do a job, I want to do it very well. So I do my best to respect the money that I'm getting paid for. Like to do the thing that I'm getting paid for to the best of my ability. And that's why I've never been fired. And every single time that I've left a job, like everybody that worked with me wanted me to keep staying there, to keep being there, to keep working there. Because I'm always giving my all and I'm always doing a good enough job for like all my supervisors to want to keep me in the position that I am, to even help me, you know, like I've been offered raises and stuff like that, like when I leave a company. But when I want to leave, there's definitely a reason. I either have to for personal reasons or I want to for personal reasons. So one way or the other, I'm not staying. But I've never had a situation where it was like, oh, you're leaving? Okay, bye-bye. Because people see and recognize that I actually do the job that I'm paid to do. And I'm not trying to like gaslight everyone into thinking that I'm working when I'm not actually working, which is very common in Greece. And in other countries as well. Not only in Greece, to be fair. Most people work like that. And the big problem with corporations is that I can see it. I can always see when someone is bullshitting. I can always see when someone... I am really good at... I can do the faking numbers thing. I can do everything. I can probably fake the numbers in much more effective ways than like a normal employee of a corporation, like a corporate company can do. I can actually like mix that in with a lot of pretending to work and showing that I'm working, like actually doing it though, without doing it. I'm a great actor, but I don't want to do that. But because I can do it, I can see when people are trying to do the same. I can see when people are trying to bullshit, when they're hiding things, when they're faking numbers, when they're working extra to show that they are working more effectively, but it's just that they're working more, which is something that they shouldn't be doing, because if that's the case, if we're all allowed to work more than 8 hours and not get paid for it, by the way, and mix our numbers in order to get... what do you call it? In order to get like a promotion, then why do you have the goals to begin with? When I'm presenting better numbers for the same time, for the same hours, much better, like 2 times the numbers for the same hours, but someone works double the time to present basically the same numbers that I do, then who's doing the job better? I don't know. You tell me. But anyway, all that bullshit is the bullshit that I don't want to deal with, which is why I don't accept corporate jobs anymore. And I don't want to work to the corporate world. After a point, middle management grows, which is what happened with Microsoft as well, grows so much. There are so many layers. You talk to someone, that someone has to talk to somebody else. Feedback never reaches the people that it needs to reach. And then you have the other people that are in your level that are trying all the bullshit. I don't want to fight through the mud for extra money. Fuck that. That's not my thing. I am the gaslighting type. Yeah, but are you doing it to the expense of your other co-workers? Because that's usually the case. If you are, fuck you. But I do my shit. I just do it my way and quite fast, so I have a lot of time. Oh, that's completely different. Then you're not gaslighting them. You're doing the job you're paying to do. You're being paid to do. You just do it very effectively. And they need to see that you are working for 8 hours while you can do the job that they're, you know, paying you to do in 6. And you pretend for 2 hours that you're not doing that. That's very different. I was actually doing the same because I was getting, like, I remember the last hour on my part-time job, when I had a part-time job like for five and a half years. The last hour we were doing back office stuff, right? Like after the collection, calling and stuff like that, we were doing back office stuff. I was really fast with those. I was actually extremely effective, the most effective one in the whole department, and very fast with those. So when I was done with my things, and I was done with everybody else's things because I was always helping them, I had half an hour to spare or something. And there was actually a team leader, not a team leader, a coordinator, that was talking shit to me about that. When other people were not done with their work, when other people were doing it with a lot of problems, and I was actually the one finding mistakes and fixing their mistakes, when they were on the phone, talking or doing anything else, she was talking to me like I was the problem, when I was the one fixing all the problems, and had time to spare, because I was good at my job. I found ways to, let's say, fix that problem, because she was the only one that was trying to get me fired, but other people, not get me fired, she was trying to get me to quit because she couldn't find grounds to fire me, because she didn't like me. She didn't like me personally, because I was not one to ass kiss. I don't like ass kissing. I don't do that. So she didn't like that. So she tried to get me to quit. But when the team leader that's above her figured that out, and our coordinator, our supervisor figured that out, well, things turned ugly. But anyway, it's rare to see people with that kind of a moral fiber. I don't know. It's just what I do. I don't want to make it sound like, oh, I'm perfect, I'm the good guy, I'm this, I'm that. I'm just telling you what I do. Oh, that's hair. I don't like pink hair, though. Why pink? What about this, though? I'll take this. Crystallized meth? What is this? A popular product among merchants. Small hexagonal crystals considered... condensed with mud. Oh, is that experience? This might be experience, actually. I'll get some mud balls. How do I put the mud balls in here, dude? Still need to figure that out. I could do something else, but why should I? Have done what I needed to do for the day. Oh yeah, that's completely fine. If you finish your work, yeah. Like, again, I was the same. Like, yes, I was doing a little bit of extra. I was helping other people as well. But it was not my job to help them. I was actually doing the extra step, going the extra way. And instead of that being appreciated by that bitch, sorry about the word, but that's what she was, and hopefully not still to this day, she was doing the exact opposite. Not only she did not appreciate it, but she was actually on my butt all day. That supposedly I was a problem, when I was the one solving everybody's problems in there. Full-time employees as well. I was doing numbers of the full-time employees. And the future team leaders that I had, like, I remember when I left the company, like, they told me to go full-time. They told me that, you know, you're probably gonna be like a team leader as well soon if you go full-time, etc. I was like, no, I don't care. And I just, you know, I've moved on. But she was like, I'm really sad that you're leaving. How are you doing? And she looked at my numbers and she was like, how are you doing these numbers? These are full-time numbers. How do you serve as many customers as a full-time person when you're working part-time, and sometimes 3 hours you're on calls because the last hour is like, you know, the back office stuff. And the only thing that I told her was that I'm just not kidding you. I'm working. I'm just working. Everybody, like most people here, what they do is that they're acting. They're not doing the job. They're acting like they're doing the job. That's why. Numbers don't lie. When everybody is working under the same conditions, numbers don't lie, by the way. Do you prefer hack and slash over Souls? No. Well, that's different. Hack and slash don't have RPG elements, right? A hack and slash game is called a hack and slash because their primary focus is on that, right? The hack and slash action combat. So it's not really focusing on the RPG elements. I very much appreciate the RPG elements more than the combat. So no. No. I prefer Souls-like games that focus on the RPG elements and not the combat.
Must be opened from the other side.
Not again. I always try to do the same, except when I had an office post in the army. Oh, we're not talking about the army. Fuck that shit. That was most stereotypical Greek there. In the army, we're not getting paid. We were not getting paid, at least. I was getting paid 6 euros a month. Well, I was doing much more than 6 euros a month. Oh, no, even in the military, I was actually doing as much as I could. I was in, like, Athens, because I transferred in Athens, and I had a small Visma, but the only thing that I was actually one of the people that didn't really ask to be put in Athens. Well, I asked, like, legally. I had, because me and my brother were in the military at the same time, right? So one of us could go to Greece, could go to Athens, could come back home anyway. So my brother was like, I want to stay here, you go. The only thing that I did was make sure that the paper actually reached the office that it needs to reach. Because if I hadn't done that, I would never have been in Athens, even though I'm actually entitled to do it by the law. So I just did that, nothing else. And anyway, I happened to be in a really bad unit that had no people. So I was like, what do you call it? I was sleeping for like an hour a day or 2 hours a day for like the first 2 months that I came back here in Athens, like after Evros. I was like in a month and a half in Evros, and then I left Evros and I came in Athens. The first 2 months in Athens, maybe 3, were hell. And then when the next soldiers came in and we actually had an influx of people coming, I became the, what do you call it? The guy that is, the guy that is taking care of the restaurant, essentially. So I could go back and sleep at my home every day, which was really nice because I didn't want to sleep in the military camp. I was so tired of that shit. But I was essentially working throughout the day. I needed to keep that place clean. I needed to keep that place shiny. I needed to take care of the food, go get food, make sure the food is warm, make sure the food is ready for everybody to consume, and clean everything up. If the soldiers don't clean their plates, the plates need to be cleaned. Sometimes I didn't clean them because I told them to clean it themselves, and when they were not cleaning them, I was yelling because they were small kids that couldn't listen. And then when I got mad, they actually did it. But anyway, I was working for 18 hours a day for 6 euros a month. 8 euros a month, sorry. 8 euros a month. For 18 hours a day. I was actually doing the best that I could over there too. That was like the post that everybody wanted, so they did not, because they were not working at all. That was a post you could go and, nafidiazis. Just chill all day. Don't do anything. I was the only person actually not doing that. That's why they actually kept me in that post, because I was legitimately working. But anyway. It's the same with doctors. One good doctor does 10 times the job of a guy who's just sits there just for the money. Yeah, 100%. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Everywhere. It's about the mentality of the person that's doing the job. Nothing else. Torchlight does? What is Torchlight? 1 second. I want to kill that guy. Dude, he's been like here for so long. He's been walking like this for so long. I've wanted to kill him for like the longest time. There we go. Now he's dead. Also, as the saying goes, one bad doctor creates a work for 10 good ones. Yeah, for the next 10 years. And a lot of other pain. Like, lots more pain. Yeah. Unfortunately. Incompetence in that field is much worse than any other field. Incompetence in those 3 fields, like doctors, Police officers and educators, those are the three fields when you don't want incompetent people. Those are the three fields when you only want to get people based on merit and based on compatibility with the job. And making sure that they like what they're doing. They're not doing it for the money. If you know what happens when all those three do not do what they need to do, because they're there to just get the money and nothing else. Your kids grow up retarded. Your the police officers beat up people that they shouldn't be, and they become an enemy of the people, when it should be the exact opposite. They should be there to not do that, to just shield the people. And you know, health problems that people might have because of an incompetent doctor. You picked the one post in the military that actually requires you to do something. No. But you have to understand, before I was in that post, that thing was not cleaned by any of the previous people, probably for like at least half a year. You have no idea the amount of deep cleaning that I had to do to make that shit into a place that people can come in and eat. You have no idea how much work that needed, man. Like, legitimately, there was 9 months worth of dirt, dust, rat shit, and other things that you cannot imagine in there that I had to clean on my own in the beginning, and then preserve clean. And I was doing that for 16 hours a day for €8 a month. Even then, I was actually doing my job. Even for that. But I like doing it. It's not like I do it for the goodness of my heart. It helps me sleep at night. So even that is down to what I want to do. It is still individualistic, right? It is up to me. Like, I sleep well at night knowing that I did my best. So that's why I do it. At the end of the day, it is also selfish. It's not a selfless deed. It does provide me something. It does give me something. Yeah, many people have that opinion that patients should have some way to evaluate their doctor, or doctors' pay should be based on that. I don't know if that can work, because then you can do a patient being disappointed by something that cannot be changed and rating the doctor lower, and then somebody needs to evaluate that specific rating, and then yada yada yada. It complicates things a lot, and I don't think the system, or that is an important factor in a doctor's pay, can actually, be subsidized. I don't think that's possible. Like, that is very good on theory without thinking everything that can go wrong. And the biggest thing that can go wrong is that people are not gonna go and become doctors. Because who wants their pay to be a victim of circumstances? Because again, some circumstances are tragic, and people don't act rationally when they have circumstances, tragic circumstances happen on them, right? I wouldn't act rationally. It makes a lot of sense. But a doctor's pay being deducted because, they happened to have patients that unfortunately, he couldn't do anything for them, just because the system says that you have to have that, in the payment. I don't know. That cannot work. Salary based on doctors having results instead of hours in day numbered surgeries would demotivate people to go for this field just for the money. Yeah, but it cannot work. I understand the premise behind what you're saying, but realistically, it cannot work. And it's no secret in healthcare that most people like the career for the job security and large salary. That is true. Excuse me, that is very true. But what do you call it? Having your pay deducted because of, again, circumstances that are out of your control, even though you did your job well, you will have to, in order for that system that you're saying to work, you would have to have a legit system for as good of a like review as it can be from a patient that is, of course, in like probably in a good shape, but also maybe in very bad shape. You have to have a system to review their review, and considering their circumstances, actually take it into consideration or not. To what extent do you take that into consideration? How does that even work? And what happens if 2 or 3 like similar cases say the same thing, but all of those cases are making that judgment emotionally? Like, again, you cannot do that. You cannot do that. In most EU states, it is legal for doctors to take provision for medicine and prescribe. Yeah, it is. They do it. Which is not... I don't like that. While they're not required to inform the patient that they take provision. Well, I'll tell you about Greece. When a doctor tells me, like, gives me a specific... Well, the good doctors, like, give you different alternatives. But... the thing about that is that, let's say that you have 2 companies that do the same thing. 2 cortisone, let's say 2 cortisone alloys, right? Whatever. It doesn't really matter, like, if the brand that they're gonna suggest to me. If I need cortisol, I should get cortisol. So what brand it is, if it's the exact same thing, doesn't really matter. The problem comes when it's not the same thing. When you need something and they give you the other thing, and that's what a bad doctor would do. It all comes down to, is the person that you're talking to actually a doctor, or is he just a charlatan dressed in doctor's clothes trying to make money? Like, at the end of the day. Like, if there are 3, 4 different companies that make the same medicine, I don't mind if the doctor is getting money to promote a specific medicine, a specific medicine's brand, as long as I'm getting the medicine that I need. I don't care what brand the medicine is going to be. That is the thing. So that is up to the individual. That's the problem. And you just need to make sure that the person that is... and for this, there is no way to do that. I cannot tell you a solution for that. But you have to make sure that the person that is actually being a doctor is being a doctor for the money. It's not being a doctor just for the money. Like, I'm saying it. I've had an experience recently with that. In Greece, we have that fakilaki thing that we do, right? So doctors in the public sector will... Man, how are we ranting again about other things? Anyway, so in Greece... Oh, wait, let me think that. The thing is, opinions in healthcare system in my country is mostly this doesn't work at all. We really need to try anything else. What? Like about the whole healthcare system? I don't know. I don't know what the healthcare system in your country is. I can talk to you about Greece. So we have a very annoying thing in Greece. Like a thing about, you know, the corrupt people that only do it for money. Yeah, there are a lot of people like that over here. Like exactly what you were saying before. And recently, for example, I can speak from experience for very, very recently. When I came back from Japan, I had to do a small surgery, right? I had a problem that needed to be solved. It was not like a heart surgery or something, but it was a surgery that needed to be taken care of. So I go to the doctor, and the doctor's like, we have to have this surgery. And I'm like, okay, good. The first thing that he told me was, that is a public doctor, public healthcare, no money. Keep that in mind. First thing he says, okay, so there is this hospital that you can go to. If you decide that, it's 750 euros. And, you know, they're going to take care of you. I'll talk with them. Don't worry about it. Or if you want, if you're a good boy and don't bitch a lot about it, you can come to my hospital and it's like 250 euros there. And, you know, the 250 euros, of course, are not for me. They're for the people that are going to take care of you, etc. And I was like, I'm sorry. Is this not publicly covered? Is this not covered by the public insurance? He's like, yeah, it is. Oh, okay. So can I not go to a hospital and just book an appointment whenever that is? Oh yeah, he's like, yeah, sure, you can do that. Yeah, you can call on that number. He told me a number. The number was wrong. The number is outdated. It doesn't work anymore. It took me 1 week to figure out why I couldn't get through to that number. Because there was no way to figure it out. Even online, they don't know what they're doing and they don't know what's happening. So I had to call and find a specific person through that number and the contact that I found online to tell me that that doesn't work anymore and there's a specific other thing that works now. Anyway, moving on from that, that's besides the point. So the guy legitimately told me to pay, like he gave me the illegal paying alternatives to go to that specific, to those two hospitals and pay people to do something that they're already getting paid to do by the government. Taking money on the side, that is what we call fakilaki in Greece. Mike knows if he's still here, he knows. And he didn't even tell me like what I need to do because again, there was a problem. There was like a health issue and we needed that health issue needed to be taken care of. He didn't even tell me when you should go back home, you should do this, and that. He told me, you can pay this much illegally or this much illegally. And you decide. And I was like, no, I think I'm gonna just, you know, do what I should do and what people should do in these cases. Just go the normal way and book an appointment normally. And he's like, it might take a while. I'm like, I know. That's fine. 1 month, 2 months. I can probably hold on. I can figure it out. And then I was gonna leave, and then I remembered that he didn't tell me what to do for now. And it was like, hello, sorry. Can you please tell me what I'm supposed to do now? You know, before I have the surgery? For the next 2 or 3 months? And he was like, oh yeah, you should do maybe this, this, and that, okay? Yeah, so what about this? Oh, yeah, you should do that too. Okay, I'm like, thank you. I legitimately wanted to punch him in the face. Because I know that he is the problem of the public sector. People like him. People like him are the problem of this country. The big problem of this country. That's how he votes, that's how he lives, that's everything that he does. He's a fucking parasite. And parasites should be put to jail. They shouldn't be working in the public sector, making sure, like, being, like, actually, what do you call them? Being servants of the public, okay? They should be put to fucking jail. And funny thing is, when this, like, when the surgery happened, he was actually in the room. He was, like, the head surgeon. Like, it happened, like, ironically, he actually, you know, he did not perform the surgery, but he was in the room instructing how the surgery needs to be done. Fuck that shit. When I had to get my mother find a surgeon, a public doctor suggested she'll get the best care possible if you pay such and such. Yeah, and that's when you really want to beat them up. You really want to punch them in the face. You really want to put them in a hospital, but not to do their job. But you cannot, because then you lose everything. Like, you cannot really do much, right? What can you do? And they deserve it. That's the problem. They deserve it, but you lose any, like, goodwill that you will have over anything. And you're actually in the wrong if you resort to violence. That's why I always say, we're people, but we can take care of our emotions. Like, at that moment, I wanted to put him in the hospital, but I know better. And I'm a human, and I can manage my emotions. Even in such cases that when health comes into play. And that was my health. Imagine if that was a loved one's health, like Mike's situation. I literally pinned that guy to the wall. Good. Good. But don't hit him, hopefully. And then they had to separate us. Of course, they didn't call the police because they'd get in trouble too. Yes, but that's the problem. That's the problem. They deserve to be put in the hospital. Not to work. But you do that and then you're the one having trouble. That's probably how I would have reacted if it was a family member. Because for me, I don't give a fuck about me. Again, I told you, I waited for like 3 months for that surgery. I didn't give a fuck. It was not a huge deal. It was something that was manageable, that I could live with until the surgery happened, so it was okay. But if that was something that, like, for like my mother or my father or like my brother or anybody else, like a loved one, things wouldn't have gone down like that. So I 100% understand what you're saying. Props on you for not actually hitting him. That must have been very hard. Very, very hard. Very hard. Props to you, man. But yeah. Can you tell that I don't like this country that much? It's a beautiful country, but not a nice place to live in. It's really nice, as I always say to everyone. It's a really nice place to come for vacation. May to September. Lovely. Lovely. But then October to April, you should go to a place where they actually kind of treat you like a human being. The infrastructure of the country treats you like a human being, that is. The infrastructure. There are a lot of great people working everywhere, in the public and the private sectors. But unfortunately, there are still those pieces of trash in the public sector that there's nothing you can do. You can do nothing about. I remember, that is funny, and maybe we will end it on this one because I gotta go. But like, one of the things that I saw before I came back to Greece, I was in Japan. So before I came back to Greece from Japan, the thing that I saw was, it was the president, I think, and the president said that we've done a great job, you know, like destroying all those like con artists that were posing as doctors in the public sector, and you know, the Fakelakia situation is not happening anymore. First interaction that I have with a doctor coming back to Greece was exactly what he said, that was not there anymore. Just pure comedy. Pure comedy. Pure comedy. How out of touch they are with the actual circumstances, with what actually happens. My mother was like, fuck that guy up, she's a menace to society. Nah, she is actually not in the wrong. She's not in the wrong. That's the problem. when you call for someone to fuck that guy up, and you're not the menace to society, the actual menace to society, but the person that, you know, should get beaten up is, that's where the real problem is. Because that person is in a position of strength. Because he's a doctor and he's in charge of your life. That's the problem. And the same thing applies with police officers that are not supposed to be there because they are also in charge of your life. And teachers that are in charge of your children's lives. That's why those three sectors should be really hard to get into. Yes, you can get paid well, but you need to be sound of mind as well. And if you do tests for that, most of them are gonna be like clinically insane, probably, and put to, I don't know. I would say jail, but maybe I'm too hard on them. I don't know. But anyway. There are a lot of people that do a good job though. But it's just those really rotten apples that keep doing it, and they kind of take everybody down to the mud with him. To be fair, it is a large hospital, but we do lose an average 20 teen young adult people every year due to hard negligence, meaning that they got treatment years later than they should. That can be just circumstantial. That could be a doctor problem. That could be like a parental problem, as we discussed previously. It can be a lot of things. So, okay. It is, like, I cannot explain to you how tragic that is and how tragic that sounds. 20 is an incredibly big number. But as you said, it is a really large hospital from what you said. And again, there are a lot of cases that, again, most of them could be circumstantial. Like, he didn't know, he was not feeling anything. Something really bad happened that he found out way later when there was nothing they can... Like, that happens a lot. You know that better than I do. You know that way better than I do. That sometimes things are not meant to be. But anyway, Let's play the game a little bit. I don't wanna, like, this is a very sour note. I don't wanna end the stream on this. But anyway, I wanna go back to Japan, can you tell? I wanna go back, man. Okay, wait. I got poison. I need to figure out how to fix that. Poison, how do you fix poison? Antidote. Woo. Fixed. Nice. So plenty of young people dying of political causes. Yeah. In this is a rich country. Dude, the richest country in the world, America, has like the worst healthcare system. It's not about the money. It's everything but that, actually. Money distribution, you could argue, yes. But how much money the country has nothing to do with it. So yeah, it's a lot of things. Yeah, it can be a lot of causes. So like that is just a number that encompasses a lot of causes. But sometimes, and I would want to believe that most cases were not due to doctors not doing their job well. These are preventable things. Well, if it's a doctor, it is preventable. If it's up to the doctor, it is preventable. If it's up to the parents and it is plainly obvious and they are like extremists or weirdos like that, you know, the previous discussion that we've had, yes, it is preventable. But it's not preventable in every case. And I feel like most of the cases are the non-preventable ones. The very unfortunate, you know, circumstance that, you know, happens when you're very unlucky and you don't realize that you have a problem. When the problem arises, it's too late. Anyway, change subject. Very heavy subject. Why did we get into that? Well, because we were talking about Greek corruption. Classic. The classic. Where am I supposed to go? I think I'm kind of lost, though. I do think that I'm kind of lost. Where do we go now? Well, I'm always lost, but... Do not attempt to steal from the vending machines. No, you don't attempt to steal from the vending machines. I will. Can I level up? No, I don't think so. I don't think I can level up. 3,000 is not a lot. Okay, the save point is right over here, so it's fine. Yeah, it's gotta be tough to kill both of them like that. When you hesitate to call an ambulance because the fees you'll have to pay, then you know the healthcare system is shit. Well, yeah, America doesn't have... What they have is not a healthcare system. There's no system there. There is no system. So, as bad as the Greek healthcare system can be, not because of the system itself, but because of the people within the system. Because the system itself can be good, can be bad, it can be, you know, it can always be better, but the system is not what the problems are about. Most problems are about the people in the system, not the system itself. At least there is a system. The richest country in the world does not even have a healthcare system. That's why I'm telling you, it's not about the money. I got an antidote. That's nice. I want to try and see what that is. What is this? Oh, that is to upgrade my sword. I can upgrade my sword. Okay, I'm so glad I didn't give up on that weapon, on that item. Oh my god, I got an upgrade. Hey, what do you want? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. It's fine. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead, yes, but it's fine. You Greeks here... wait, you Greeks have advantage in really good food and nice culture. Does a lot for longevity, I suppose, or hope. Hope? No. Greek people are hopeless. We are some of the most miserable people that you can find in a country with this much sun. I can promise you that. At least the people that live in the cities. But that's a city problem in general, in the entire world, I feel. 1 second, I want to upgrade my sword. Enhance. Yes. Yes. Nice. People in the Greek cities and big cities like Athens and Thessaloniki, etc., are very, very depressed because the way they live is not way. It's not way to live, to be honest with you. But that's another big discussion about social media, about how much time they're paying to their phone, in their phone, or not socializing, or you know, etc., etc., etc. Having said that, yes, the food is incredible. Yes, the weather is incredible, and yes, we have a culture. Whether that culture is nice or not, or whether that culture is for you, and you know, you can, I guess, take it or leave it with its problems, its pros and cons. That is for you to decide, or for, you know, another person to decide. For example, I grew to the age of 30 years old actually, because I went to Japan on my 30th birthday. I landed in Japan. No, it was on my 29th birthday, sorry. But I was 29 years old when I realized that I always thought that that would be the case. But then I realized that that was actually the case. That I can put up with like me as a person, having grown up in Greece. Keep that in mind, okay? So I did grow up with values from this country, but from people that actually had values, right? But me as a person, as an adult person, Greece was the only country that I've lived in before moving to Japan. Even then, well, I've been looking into Japan and how it is to live there, and the pros and cons and everything like that, right? I knew what I was going into before I moved there, but nothing prepares you for what it actually is. Turns out, the problems that the Japan has as a country, and the way they affect me, for me, are 100% more manageable and better for me as a person than they are in Greece. The problems that they have and the problems that their society faces, I can handle, and I can basically, for myself and for my family and for everybody around me, if let's assume that they live there, I can handle and I can live with them because of what I know and because of who I am. But the problems that Greece has, I cannot fix, I cannot handle, I cannot put up with. Because that's who I am as a person. So I found out that I fit in much better over there than what I do over here. What do you know? Right? That's the other side of the world. And we're talking about an extremely different culture. We do have some things similar, and maybe that's why this is. We are very proud of our cultural heritage. That is one thing that we do have in common. Fish, also. The shipping industry, big shipping industry, also. Like, we have some things that we very much appreciate. We all love our countries for different reasons, and we are proud of our heritage and all that, so those are things that Greeks and Japanese people have in common. But talking about the culture, like the way you live, the way you interact with people, I like the Greek way of being friendly with people and being real, being honest. That honesty beats me. I like the honesty. But I also very much like the, you know, we're not gonna fight you. Like, I'm not gonna fight anybody on the street. There's like a 0% chance that I will fight somebody on the street because they're gonna be an asshole, because nobody's an asshole over there. Because if they have a problem with me, they're either gonna say it weirdly, like on the side, like they're gonna say it indirectly, and I will figure out that it's a problem, and then I will fix the problem. But in Greece, a problem that might have emerged could easily cause the fight, because they don't, like, we are very aggressive people. Very, very aggressive people. But anyway. We also smoke like chimneys, and they're lazy as fuck, so it evens out. No, they smoke like chimneys as well. Like, in Japan, they smoke even more than we smoke over here in Greece. Like, in Greece, smoking has gone down, actually. In Japan, it's gone down, but not as much as Greece. Like, traditionally, Japan and Greece have been in the top 10 of smokers of all time, like, everywhere in the world, I think. Like, 50% of... 60% of males and 40% of females, it was, like, 5 or 6 years ago. Now it's lower in Greece. In Japan, it's about 30% for both. Maybe 40 for men, 30 for women. No. It's like... It's even less for women, but more than men. It's 60 for men, 30 for women. I don't remember, anyway. So they are still up there in smoking culture. They still have that. Because you can also smoke indoors in Japan if the place... It's up to the place to allow smoking or not. It's up to the bar. It's up to the, like, restaurant. It's up to the place that you go to if they allow smoking or not. And if they do, you gotta respect it or leave. But if they don't, And if they do, you can smoke. And you need to put up with other people smoking if you don't smoke. Because I don't, so I had to put up with it. But I have no problem with that. That's very honest. I like that. But here, if that rule was imposed, nobody would be able to smoke. Nobody would... there will not be smoking-free areas anywhere. Best place I've ever lived and worked was Norway by far. A friend of mine lives in Norway. He's coming back in a couple of months. No, a month from now, actually. So I'm really excited to see how his life has been, because we said we're gonna go grab coffee. He's coming back for like 2 or 3 weeks or something for summer vacation. And I haven't seen him since I came back. Last time I saw him, he was my barber. He was also my barber. So last time I saw Mike, his name is Mike as well. Last time I saw him was 3 years ago. Like, physically saw him, like, face to face. 3 years ago, before I moved to Japan. No. When I came back to Japan, the summer when I came back from Japan, the first summer, and then he moved to Norway. So maybe 2.5 years ago, something like that. Have you ever heard about the Japanese Unit 731? Nope. Is that a World War II thing? I'm not gonna blame them for what they did in the past if it's a World War II thing. Maybe I've heard about it, but I don't remember the name. If you're talking about all the horrible things that they were doing. That's not the fault of the kids nowadays, man. Not the fault of the people nowadays. They've paid their dues. Okay? They've paid their dues, and they know the mistakes they did. The same goes with every nation that has done wrong. Well, not every nation, but a lot of nations know. And the Japanese people know what they've done wrong. Isn't Greece like one of the poorest countries in Europe right now? The poorest. They went through a crisis back then. You can argue in numbers that the crisis is not a thing now. Since like 2 years ago. But you can also argue that it's still in effect. But anyway. Yes, we are the poorest. Not one of the poorest, the poorest. By disposable income, we are a little bit above Bulgaria. But because the cost of life in Bulgaria is much lower, well, in most parts of Bulgaria, our actual income that we have to, like, put into things outside of, you know, like the things that we have to put it, like healthcare, taxes, food, etc. The income that we have after everything is lower than even Bulgaria. Yeah, that is the one, Ron. That is the one, yes. Yeah, they did despicable things. And there are other people in the history that have done despicable things. But we don't hold people accountable. We shouldn't hold the country or a culture accountable for what some horrible people did. Like, for like some years in, you know, that country's history. They know what happened. They learn from that. They move on. Same with Germany. Same with other countries in the world. Okay? You can work a video editor for USA and live a Greek in Greece like a king. Yes, that is true. You can do that. Well, can you? I don't know. You cannot work in the US as an editor. You can do commission work in sites like Fiverr and stuff like that. But we are rich in spirit. Yes, true. And by spirit, that means that we like yelling at people a lot. That's what it means, rich in spirit. That's what it means. Wait, I think I missed something. Don't smoke, kids. It is bad thing and deadly. Yes, listen to me. I was a smoker. I smoked for like 5 years. And trust me, nothing good came from it. Nothing. Norway is super healthy, super sane, super educated, amazing welfare, responsible people. That's what I hear from him, but we haven't talked a lot about it. I don't like talking to people about every single detail. Like, when we're messaging. I like, you know, just scheduling when they can come and we can talk, like, face to face. If it was easy, then everybody would have done it. Oh, you're talking about the video editor thing? Yeah, exactly. Nothing is easy, man. Nothing is easy. You cannot make money by just sitting there and not doing anything. But a lot of people in Greece tend to believe that they can. And a lot of people in the world. That's why every single thing, like... what do you call them? NFTs and all that bullshit, you know? Like the fake investor, fake influencers, you know, all that bullshit is that's why that's a big market. And some of them are thankfully gone by now, but that's why there are a lot of scammers, because a lot of people want to make a lot of money without doing anything. Hey, Bonga is also in green. Hey, Isaac Bonga. Isaac Bonga. Wait, is it Isaac? I think it's Isaac, I might be wrong. But anyway, he was announced by Panathinaikos. So now, all 3 players that came here in Athens to sign are formally, formally announced. Yes. Now we own only... We're not really missing anything. We're just missing a point guard. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyway... Gotta love you and leave you. Need to go make lunch. That's gonna take about 2 hours, and that's a kind of a problem, but, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Because I forgot to do half of it in the morning, so now I have to do all of it now. So, wait. Wait, Mobs is here. How are you doing, sir? I had some Greek players sign for my club a few years back. Siopis and Goutas. What was that? Wait, in Football Manager? They lasted 1 year and then fled to Turkey. What happened in Football Manager? Are you talking about Football Manager? I haven't played Football Manager in like years. Is it good now? Is it good anymore? I've been smoking for 25 years and my great-grandpa made it to 101 despite being a chain smoker since the age of 18. But we are the exception, kids. Don't be like us. Exactly. Like Predrag Georgievich was smoking like a chimney and he was a football player and one of the best when he was on the field. That doesn't mean that you should smoke too. You're making the chances higher that you will have something bad happen to you. Yes, there are exceptions to every rule, but the rule is it's bad for you, so don't do it. Don't bet on the fact that you're the exception. You're probably going to be the rule. IRL my club Cardiff in Wales. Oh, okay. You were talking like you're the owner of Cardiff. If you are Mobs, supporter of Wales. Although I do like, what do you call it? Wrexham a lot, sorry. I like Wrexham. I like the whole situation they've done. I wish maybe we will be good one day. You will be good, man. You will be good. I didn't know you were a club owner. Nah, I'm joking. But, yeah, Siopis, I remember Siopis. Siopis was playing for PAOK, right? No, wait. Siopis was either a Panathinaikos or a PAOK player. I don't remember. Wutas... Who was Wutas? That name rings a bell. I don't remember where he came from, though. We were the only Wales club to win the FA Cup, though. Yes, and you will probably be for a very long time. I don't think Wrexham's going to win the FA Cup anytime soon. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. But anyway, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. Gotta love you and leave you. This game is great. We'll be playing more of it tomorrow. The bosses are not that tough, but the world is very interesting. The level design I quite like, and the combat feels really satisfying. So we keep at it. Norway and Portugal have nice trade dealership. Nice trade relationship. They give us all the smelly cold fish. Oh yeah, we talked about that yesterday, didn't we, lass? I think we talked about that yesterday. I joined late, but have a great day. Have a lovely day as well, Bobs, and everybody else. Take good care of yourselves. Eat well, sleep well. Have a lovely day ahead, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? More... Oh, no, wait. Tomorrow we are on the JRPG channel. Tomorrow is Saturday. So on the JRPG channel on YouTube, same channel on Twitch and Kick. Nothing changes on Twitch and Kick. We play Legend of Dragoon tomorrow. We're gooning tomorrow. One of the, to be honest with you, best RPGs that I've ever played. That is an incredible game, and it has that Expedition 33 like combat when you attack, not when defending or when attacking. It is really interesting. It is a phenomenal game, and the story is picking up as well. The story is ramping up. So see you tomorrow for Legend of Dragoon. And if you don't join me on the weekend JRPG streams, I'll see you on Monday for more Code Not Vain AI Limit. Have a good one, boys. Take care.